My game crashed. Are you kidding me? Wow, thanks game. Thanks game for crashing on me. Wow, all that work we just did for freaking nothing. God damn it! All the work we did in the past hour is now gone. Oh my goddamn god! How's this asshole gonna do? Just disappear again. You're like, what did you even do with that? $50,000. Now I gotta do all that roading again. This sucks. Not close enough. Itchy ears. Look up. I was watching this video called "It was almost impossible to make the blue LED," which is actually interesting.
LEDs
Old Spice
color from their plastic covers, and you can see that because
what would we do without these little guys?
LED that also glows the same red color. The color of the light comes from the electronics themselves. The casing just helps us tell different LEDs apart. In 1962, General Electric engineer Nick Holonyak created the first visible LED. It glowed a faint red. A few years after that, engineers at Monsanto created a green LED. But for decades, all we had were those two colors. So LEDs could only be used in things like indicators, calculators, and watches. If only we could make blue, then we could mix red, green, and blue to make white, and every other color.
The RGB.
LEDs for every type of lighting in the world, from light bulbs to phones to computers to TVs to billboards. But blue was almost impossible to make. Throughout the 1960s, every big electronics company in the world, from IBM to GE to Bell Labs, raced to create the blue LED. They knew it would be worth billions. Despite the efforts of thousands of researchers, nothing worked. 10 years after Holonyak's original LED turned into 20, then 30, and the hope of ever using LEDs for light faded away. According to a director at Monsanto, these won't ever replace the kitchen light. They'd only be used in appliances, car dashboards, and stereo sets to see if the stereo was on. This would still be true today, if not for one engineer who defied the entire industry and made 3 radical breakthroughs to create the world's first blue LED.
Seriously? Blue LEDs?
Shuji Nakamura was a researcher at a small Japanese chemical company named Nishia. They had recently expanded into the production of semiconductors to be used in the manufacture of red and green LEDs. But by the late 1980s, the semiconductor division was on its last legs. They were competing against far more established companies in a crowded market, and they were losing. Tensions started to run high. Younger employees begged Nakamura to create new products, while senior workers called his research a waste of money. And at Nishia, money was in short supply. Nakamura's lab mainly consisted of machinery he had scavenged and welded together himself. Phosphorus leaks in his lab created so many explosions that his co-workers had stopped checking in on him. By 1988, Nakamura's supervisors were so disillusioned with his research that they told him to quit. So it was out of desperation that he brought a radical proposal to the company's founder and president, Nobuo Ogawa. The elusive blue LED the likes of Sony, Toshiba, and Panasonic had all failed at.
All those guys?
Could be the one to create it. After suffering loss after loss on their semiconductors for more than a decade, Ogawa took a gamble. He devoted 500 million yen, or $3 million, likely around 50% of the company's annual profit, to Nakamura's moonshot project. Everyone knew that LEDs had the potential to replace light bulbs, because light bulbs, the universal symbol for a bright idea, are actually terrible at making light. They work by running current through a tungsten filament which gets so hot it glows. But most of the electromagnetic radiation comes out as infrared, heat. Only a negligible fraction is visible light. In contrast, LED stands for light emitting diode. It's right there in the name. LEDs primarily create light, so they're far more efficient. And a diode is just a device with 2 electrodes, which only allows current to flow in one direction. So here's how an LED works.
I joined the Old Spice Hair Rescue crew, really.
LEDs, dude. I love LEDs.
Guys like this?
When you have an isolated atom, each electron in that atom occupies a discrete energy level.
Yeah, electron cells.
Energy levels like individual seats from a hockey stadium. And all atoms of the same element, when they are far apart from each other, have identical available energy levels. But when you bring multiple atoms together to form a solid, something interesting happens. The outermost electrons now feel the pull not only of their own nucleus, but of all the other nuclei as well. And as a result, their energy levels shift. So instead of being identical, they become a series of closely spaced but separate energy levels, an energy band. The highest energy band with electrons in it is known as the valence band. And the next higher energy band is called the conduction band. You can think of it like the balcony level. In conductors, the valence band is only partially filled. This means with a little bit of thermal energy, electrons can jump into nearby unfilled seats. They can jump from one unfilled seat to the next and conduct current through the material. In insulators, the valence band is full, and the difference in energy between the valence and conduction bands, the band gap, is large. So when an electric field is applied, no electrons can move. There are no available seats to move into in the valence band, and the band gap is too big for any electrons to jump into the conduction band. Which brings us to semiconductors. Semiconductors are similar to insulators, except the band gap is much smaller. This means at room temperature, a few electrons will have sufficient energy to jump into the conduction band. And now they can easily access nearby empty seats and conduct current. Not only that, the empty seats they left behind in the valence band can also move. Well, really, it's the nearby electrons jumping into those empty seats, but if you look from afar, it's as though the empty seat or hole is moving, like a positive charge, in the opposite direction to the electrons in the conduction band. By themselves, pure semiconductors are not that useful. To make them way more functional, you have to add impurity atoms into the lattice. This is known as doping. For example, in silicon, you can add a small number of phosphorus atoms. Phosphorus is similar to silicon, so it easily fits into the lattice, but it brings with it one extra valence electron. This electron exists in a donor level just beneath the conduction band. So with a bit of thermal energy, all these electrons can jump into the conduction band and conduct current. Since most of the charges that can move in this type of semiconductor are electrons, which are negative, this sort of semiconductor is called N-type, N for negative. But I should point out that the semiconductor itself is still neutral. It's just that most of the mobile charge
this video has 30 million views.
So there is also another type of semiconductor where most of the mobile charge carriers are positive, and it's called P-type. To make P-type silicon, you add a small number of atoms of, say, boron. Boron fits into the lattice, but brings with it one fewer valence electron than silicon. So it creates an empty acceptor level just above the valence band. And with a bit of thermal energy, electrons can jump out of the valence band, leaving behind holes. It is these positive holes which are mostly responsible for carrying current in the P-type semiconductor. Again, the material overall is uncharged, it's just that most of the mobile charge carriers are positive holes. Where things get interesting is when you put a piece of P-type and N-type together. Without even connecting this to a circuit, some electrons will diffuse from N to P and fall into the holes in the P-type. This makes the P-type a little negatively charged and the N-type a little positively charged. So there is now an electric field inside an inert piece of material. Electrons keep diffusing until the electric field becomes so large it prevents them from crossing over. And now we have established the depletion region, an area depleted of mobile charge carriers. There are no electrons in the conduction band and no holes in the valence band. If you connect a battery the wrong way to this diode, it simply expands the depletion region until its electric field perfectly opposes that of the battery, and no current flows. But if you flip the polarity of the battery, then the depletion region shrinks, the electric field decreases, and electrons flow
confusing.
to P. When an electron falls from the
I'm a very
conduction
big
band
science
into a
person,
hole
so
in the
I find
valence
this
band,
confusing.
that band gap energy can be emitted as a photon. The energy change of the electron is emitted as light, and this is how a light-emitting diode works. The size of the gap determines the color of the light emitted. In pure silicon, the band gap is only 1.1 electron volts, so the photon released isn't visible, it's infrared light. These LEDs are actually used in remote controls like for your TV, and you can capture them on camera. Moving up the spectrum, you can see where the visible light LEDs were red, and then green, and why blue was so hard. A photon of blue light requires more energy and therefore...
Oh, yeah, you're right. Blue is on the higher end of the spectrum. Take a rainbow. Blue is at a very end, and violet is as well. Purples, violets, blues are the most energetic of the colors.
For the right material, every electronics company had come up empty-handed. But researchers had at least figured out the first critical requirement: high-quality crystal. No matter what material you used for the blue LED, it required a near-perfect crystal structure. Any defects in the crystal lattice disrupt the flow of electrons. So instead of emitting their energy as visible light, it is instead dissipated as heat. So the first step in Nakamura's proposal to Ogawa was to disappear to Florida. He knew an old colleague there whose lab was beginning to use a new crystal-making technology called metal organic chemical vapor deposition, or MOCVD. An MOCVD reactor, essentially a giant oven, was and still is the best way to mass-produce clean crystal. It works by injecting vapor molecules of your crystal into a hot chamber, where they react with a base material called a substrate to form layers. It's important that the substrate lattice matches the crystal lattice being built on top of it to create a stable, smooth crystal. This is a precise art. The crystal layers often need to be as thin as just a couple of atoms. Nakamura joined the lab for a year to master MOCVD, but his time there was miserable. He wasn't allowed to use the working MOCVD, so he spent 10 of his 12 months assembling a new system almost from scratch. Even worse, his lab mates shunned him, because Nakamura didn't have a doctorate, nor any academic papers to his name, as Nishia didn't allow publishing. His lab mates, all PhD researchers, dismissed him as a lowly technician. This experience fueled him. Nakamura wrote, "I feel resentful when people look down on me. I developed more fighting spirit.
That's
I did not
good.
allow myself to be...
Don't let anybody like put you down, man. Just let that energy fuel
He
you."
returned to Japan in 1989 with two things in hand. One, an order for a brand new MOCVD reactor for Nishia, and two, a fervent desire to get his PhD. At that time in Japan, you could earn a PhD without having to go to university, simply by publishing 5 papers. Nakamura had always known his chances of inventing the blue LED were low, but now he had a backup plan. Even if he didn't succeed, he could at least get his PhD. But now the question was, with MOCVD under his belt, which material should he research? By this time, scientists had narrowed the options down to 2 main candidates, zinc selenide and gallium nitride. These were both semiconductors with band gaps theoretically in the blue light range. Zinc selenide was the far more promising option. When grown in an MOCVD reactor, it had only a 0.3% lattice mismatch with its substrate, gallium arsenide. Therefore, zinc selenide crystal had about 1,000 defects per square centimeter, within the upper limit for LED functioning. Its only issue was that while scientists had figured out multiple different ways to create N-type zinc selenide, no one knew how to create P-type. In contrast, gallium nitride had been abandoned by almost everybody for 3 reasons. First, it was much harder to make a high-quality crystal. The best substrate for growing gallium nitride was sapphire, but its lattice mismatch was 16%. This resulted in higher defects, over 10 billion per square centimeter. The second problem was that, like zinc selenide, scientists had only ever created N-type gallium nitride using silicon. P-type was elusive. And third, to be commercially viable, a blue LED would have to have a total light output power of at least 1,000 microwatts. That's 2 orders of magnitude more than any prototype had ever achieved. So between the 2 candidates, almost all researchers were focused on zinc selenide. Nakamura surveyed the crowded field and decided that if he were going to publish 5 papers by himself, he'd better focus on gallium nitride.
I mean, now that we really think about it, like, let's put this in perspective. Okay, right? It doesn't sound important. Oh, this is blue light. No. Blue, green, and red, if you combine them, you can make any color you want. The RGB system, red, blue, green. RGB. Very simple. If you can literally make red, blue, and green, you can make every single color. You want that color? You get it. But the thing is, without blue, without one of those ingredients, it's not possible.
Claim to fame,
you can make a bunch of
development back in 1972 when RCA engineer.
You can make a bunch of colors with just red, blue, or the green and red, only like two, whatever. But just not that easy.
The project's budget, calling it a dead end. 20 years later, scientific opinion hadn't changed. When at the physics conference in Japan, the talks on zinc selenide had over 500 attendees. The talks on gallium nitride had 5.
Purina Cat Chow for cats of all ages. Curious kittens. Cuddly kittens.
2 of those 5 attendees were the world experts on gallium nitride, Dr. Isamu Akazaki and his former grad student, Dr. Hiroshi Amano. In contrast to Nakamura's academic background, they were researchers at Nagoya University, one of Japan's best. A few years earlier, they had made a breakthrough on the first problem of high-quality crystal. Instead of growing gallium nitride directly on sapphire, they first grew a buffer layer of aluminum nitride. This has a lattice spacing in between that of the other 2 materials, making it easier to grow a clean gallium nitride crystal on top. The only issue was that the aluminum caused problems for the MOCVD reactor, making the process hard to scale. But Nakamura wasn't even close at this stage. Back at Nishia, he couldn't get gallium nitride to even grow normally in his new MOCVD reactor. After 6 months, desperate for results, he decided to take the machine apart and build a better version himself. His 10 months spent putting together the reactor in Florida were suddenly invaluable. He began following the same routine each day. Arrive at the lab at 7 a.m. Spend the first half of the day welding, cutting, and rewiring the reactor. Spend the rest of the day experimenting with the modified reactor to see what it can do. At 7 p.m., go home, eat dinner, wash, and sleep. Nakamura repeated this routine every single day, taking no weekends and no holidays except for New Year's Day.
What a man.
Holiday in Japan.
He's on a frickin' mission.
After
to kick some ass.
A half of continuous work, he came into the lab on a winter day in late 1990.
Sweet, what? 6? 5 months?
Around in the morning, grew a gallium nitride sample in the afternoon, and tested it. But this time, the electron mobility was 4 times higher than any gallium nitride ever grown directly on sapphire. Nakamura called it the most exciting day of his life. His trick was to add a second nozzle to the MOCVD reactor. The gallium nitride reactant gases had been rising in the hot chamber, mixing in the air to form a powdery waste. But the second nozzle released a downward stream of inert gas, pinning the first flow to the substrate to form a uniform crystal. For years, scientists had avoided adding a second stream to MOCVD because they thought it would only introduce more turbulence. But Nakamura used a special nozzle so that even when the streams combined, they remained laminar. He called his invention the two-flow reactor. Now he was ready to take on Akazaki and Amano. But instead of copying their aluminum nitride buffer layer, his two-flow design allowed him to make gallium nitride so smooth and stable, it itself could be used as a buffer layer on the sapphire substrate. This, in turn, yielded an even cleaner crystal of gallium nitride on top, without the issues of aluminum. Nakamura now had the highest quality gallium nitride crystals ever made. But just as he was getting started, things took a wrong turn.
Uh-oh.
While he had been in Florida, Nobuo Ogawa had stepped back from Nishia to become chairman. In his day, Nobuo had been a risk-taking scientist, designing the company's first products. It's why he supported Nakamura's lofty plans all this time. But in his place, his son-in-law, Eiji Ogawa, became CEO of the company, and the younger Ogawa had a much stricter outlook. One Nishia client said, "He has a mind of steel, and he remembers everything." In 1990, an executive at Matsushita, an LED manufacturer and Nishia's biggest customer, visited the company to give a talk on blue LEDs. In it, he claimed zinc selenide was the way forward, declaring gallium nitride has no future. That very same day, Nakamura received a note from AG. Stop work on gallium nitride immediately.
Uh-oh.
AG had never supported the research and wanted to end what he saw as a colossal waste. But Nakamura crumpled up the note and threw it away. And he did so again and again when a succession of similar notes and phone calls came from company management. Out of spite, he published his work on the two-flow reactor without Nishiya's knowledge. It was his first paper.
Yeah, who cares?
Down,
Screw the company.
With crystal formation settled, he turned to the second obstacle, creating P-type gallium nitride. Here, Akazaki and Amano had again beaten him to the punch. They had created a gallium nitride sample doped with magnesium, but at first it didn't perform as a P-type as they expected. However, after exposing it to an electron beam, it did behave as a P-type, the world's first P-type gallium nitride after 20 years of trying. The catch was that no one knew why it worked, and the process of irradiating each crystal with electrons was too slow for commercial production. At first, Nakamura copied Akazaki and Amano's approach, but he suspected the beam of electrons was overkill. Maybe all the crystal needed was energy. So he tried heating magnesium-doped gallium nitride to 400 degrees Celsius in a process known as annealing. The result? A completely P-type sample. This worked even better than the shallow electron beam, which only made the surfaces of the samples P-type. And simply heating things up was a quick, scalable process. His work also revealed why the P-type had been so difficult. To make gallium nitride with MOCVD, you supply the nitrogen from ammonia. But ammonia also contains hydrogen. Where there should have been holes in the magnesium-doped gallium nitride, these hydrogen atoms were sneaking in and bonding with the magnesium, plugging all the holes. Adding energy to the system released the hydrogen from the material, freeing up the holes again.
Bounty Megawave, 4 rolls in 1. Should we stay?
Could we work from here? Retire early?
Now, Nakamura had all the ingredients to make a prototype blue LED, and he presented it at a workshop in St. Louis in 1992, and received a standing ovation. He was beginning to make a name for himself. But even though he had created the best prototype to date, it was more of a blue-violet color, and still extremely inefficient, with a light output power of just 42 microwatts, well below the 1000 microwatt threshold for practical use.
Well, that's a start.
The new CEO's patience had run out. AG sent written orders to Nakamura to stop tinkering and turn whatever he had into a product. His job was on the line. But in Nakamura's own words,
patience. Science requires patience.
I had been successful because I didn't listen to company orders and trusted my own judgment.
At this point, he only had the third hurdle left, getting his blue LED to a light output power of 1000 microwatts. A known trick to increase the efficiency of LEDs was to create a well, a thin layer of material at the PN junction called an active layer, that shrinks the band gap just a bit. This encourages more electrons to fall from the N-type conduction band into holes in the P-type valence band. The best active layer for gallium nitride was already known to be indium gallium nitride, which would not only make the band gap easier to cross, but also narrow it just the right amount to bring its blue-violet gap down to true blue. This time, Akazaki and Amano didn't scoop Nakamura. They were stuck trying to grow indium gallium nitride in the first place. Amano recalled, "It was generally said that gallium nitride and indium nitride would not mix, like water and oil." But Nakamura had an advantage, his ability to customize his MOCVD reactor. This allowed him to use brute force, adjusting the reactor to pump as much indium as he could onto the gallium nitride in the hopes that at least some would stick. To his surprise, the technique worked, giving him a clean indium gallium nitride crystal. He quickly incorporated this active layer into his LED. But the well worked a little too well and overflowed with electrons, leaking them back into the gallium nitride layers. Unfazed, within a few months, Nakamura had fixed this too, by creating the opposite of a well, a hill. He returned to his reactor one more time to make aluminum gallium nitride, a compound with a larger band gap that could block electrons from escaping the well once inside. The structure of the blue LED had become far more complex than anyone could have imagined. But it was complete. By 1992, Shuji Nakamura had this.
Yes, blue LED.
Each time I come to my office, I show the blue LED and oh, this is great, no? I'm so happy.
Let's go.
After 30 years of searching by countless scientists, Nakamura had done it. He had created a glorious bright blue LED that could even be seen in daylight. It had a light output power of 1,500 microwatts and emitted a perfect blue at exactly 450 nanometers. It was over 100 times brighter than the previous pseudo-blue LEDs on the market. Nakamura wrote, "I felt like I had reached the top of Mount Fuji." Nishia called a press conference in Tokyo to announce the world's first true blue LED. The electronics industry was stunned. A researcher from Toshiba remarked, "Everyone was caught with their pants down." The effect on Nishia's fortunes was immediate and explosive. Orders flooded in, and by the end of 1994, they were manufacturing 1 million blue LEDs per month. Within 3 years, the company's revenue had nearly doubled. In 1996, they made the jump from blue to white by placing a yellow phosphor over the LED. This chemical absorbs the blue photons and re-radiates them in a broad spectrum across the visible range. Soon enough, Nishia was selling the world's first white LED, at last unlocking the final frontier so many had doubted: LED lighting. Over the next 4 years, their sales doubled again. By 2001, their revenue was approaching $700 million a year. Over 60% came from blue LED products.
What?
Today, Nishia is one of the largest LED manufacturers in the world, with an annual revenue in the billions. As for Nakamura, to whom Nishia owed the quadrupling of its fortunes,
Nothing. He probably got nothing. I'm sorry, he probably died from cancer because he found the secret LED.
I increased my salary.
Sorry for the mysterious death.
I heard you only got a $170 bonus.
It's five.
Are you
You got a
kidding?
$170 bonus from the patent.
Yes.
This was all while the blue LED was generating hundreds of millions of dollars in sales. Eiji Ogawa had always seen Nakamura's stubborn individuality as a liability, not a strength. The message was clear. In 2000, after more than 20 years at Nishia, Nakamura left the company for the US, where job offers had been pouring in. But his troubles with Nishia weren't over. He began consulting for Cree, another LED company. Nishia was furious and sued him for leaking company secrets.
Well, pay him! Pay your workers, damn
Were
it!
never properly compensating him for his invention, seeking $20 million. In 2001, the Japanese courts ruled with Nakamura and ordered Nishia to pay him 10 times his initial request. But Nishia appealed, and the case was eventually settled with a payout of $8 million. In the end, this was only enough to cover Nakamura. This is all he got for an invention that now comprises an $80 billion industry. From house lights to street lights. While you watch this video on a phone, computer, or TV, if you're outside following traffic lights or displays, chances are you are relying on blue LEDs. We might even be getting too much of them.
You may have heard warnings to avoid blue light from screens before bed because it can disrupt your circadian rhythm. That all comes from the gallium nitride blue LED.
But as for lighting, there are virtually no downsides to an LED bulb. Compared to an incandescent or fluorescent bulb, they are far more efficient. They last many times longer, are safer to handle, and are complete. Today allow you to choose between 50,000 different shades of white.
Most importantly, their price has come down to only a couple of dollars more than other types of bulbs. And at their efficiency, with average daily use and electricity pricing, you can recoup that cost in only 2 months and continue to save for years after that. The result is a lighting revolution.
In 2010, just 1% of residential lighting sales in the world were LED. In 2022, it was over half. Experts estimate that within the next 10 years, nearly all lighting sales will be LED. The energy savings will be enormous. Lighting accounts for 5% of all carbon emissions. A full switch to LEDs could save an estimated 1.4 billion tons of CO2, equivalent to taking almost half the cars in the world off the road.
Jesus, dude.
Today, Nakamura's research is on the next generation of LEDs, micro LEDs and UV LEDs.
So what are they making in there? LED is a power device. This is one of the best facility in the US. And this is because of you.
Yeah, the guy needs to get himself a pat in the back.
300 times 200 microns. Smallest 5 microns. That is insanely tiny. So basically you can use that for like VR displays, such as AR and VR. You could have like a retina display that's like right up here. Yep. Human hair would be about that thick. Yep. And that's a really, really tiny LED.
UV LEDs could be used to sterilize surfaces like in hospitals or kitchens. Just click on the UV lights and pathogens would be dead in seconds.
Actually, not wrong there. We used UV lights to destroy germs on the tops of eyeglasses.
For anything there, we use indium gallium nitride. For UV, we use aluminum gallium nitride. Okay. Because barrier is much bigger. Do you think this is what's coming? It's all getting to our product cost is still high. Since it's less than 10%, the cost is very high. Okay, if the utility rate more than 50%, cost is almost comparable to market.
And you think it will happen, right? Like the efficiency will go up.
Yeah, I think so.
It's just a matter of time.
Yes.
It is, I agree with him, matter of time.
He's even tackling one of the biggest challenges of our time.
Me too.
I'm still interested in nuclear fusion, so this is like starting a company of nuclear fusion.
Really?
Last year.
No way!
No way.
In 2014, Nakamura, Akazaki, and Amano were awarded the Nobel Prize in Physics for creating the blue LED. Shortly afterwards, Nakamura publicly thanked Nishia for supporting his work, and he offered to visit and make amends, but they turned down his offer. And today, their relationship is still cold. But perhaps even more important than the Nobel Prize, by the time Nakamura released his blue LED in 1994, he had published over 15 papers, and he finally received his doctorate in engineering. Today, he has published over 900 papers. Throughout his entire journey, one thing has never changed. What is your favorite color?
Oh.
Was it always blue or only after you made the LED?
I was born the fishery village in front of the ocean, blue already.
Making
It's just a device with two electric
aerogel. Dude, I love aerogel. I really want to touch aerogel so much because it's like this very fire resistant material, but it's light. It's still like 90% air. Aerogel looks so cool. Bloomberg did a thing on blue IDs too. Bloomberg straight up shat on like that one company. What's it called? It's called like Juicero. There it is, Juicero. You know, the $200 freaking. You know, the juicer worth just as much as, you know, like a 22 caliber revolver. You know, these guys literally made a $200 juicer, and it was just so ass. How do video game graphics work?
Get Febreze car.
Ooh, this video.
Get consistent red.
This video, I like this video. It's the... what's it called? Let me go find the video again. The catastrophic blizzards of winter 1977 to 78. Was this in Texas? Affected the entire country. Oh, the entire country. I think this was the one...
so far has been wild. A historic Arctic front and accompanying blizzard struck the Great Lakes region, causing wind chills near 40 below zero. The city of Buffalo has been declared a disaster area after receiving 50 inches of snow and 80-mile-an-hour winds, just 1 month after receiving 80 inches in a separate catastrophic snowstorm. Any subsequent events to occur this January and February are likely to shatter some record books. In fact, some of those record books have 2 years at the very top of their rankings, 1977 and 1978. If you happen to live in Ohio, Indiana, or Western New York, you've likely either experienced these winters yourselves or heard countless tales about the cold and snow from your parents. But was it really that bad? Well, today, amidst an unseasonably warm we're going to look at how these two winters topped the record books, the ridiculous meteorology behind them, and some of the most incredible stories to emerge from the wreckage. First, what happens in winter in the United States? Well, let's start with the top of the atmosphere and work our way down. The sun is positioned south of the equator, so the northern hemisphere is getting less daylight overall. This means that the United States on a whole is much colder, but not the same temperature everywhere. High up in the atmosphere, there is a narrow band of fast winds coming out of the west called the polar jet stream. It forms along the boundary between mild air to the south and freezing cold air to the north. It's kind of like a highway for the upper atmosphere, and it forms a wave-like pattern as it wraps around the Earth. These waves are called Rossby waves, named after a guy, and are not stationary. They oscillate or move back and forth, diving and lifting, moving entire air masses with them. Their existence has to do with the balancing of forces in the atmosphere, the laws of physics and thermodynamics, a lot of stuff that you probably don't care about. But just know that the position of the upper atmospheric superhighway is a huge indicator of the weather that's happening at the surface. So, in the winter, the average pattern looks like this. There is a ridge to the west of the Rockies, which means there is warmer air on the west coast. Then to the east, the jet stream dives southward, which is called a trough, bringing freezing air to the Midwest. Let's pick a random winter date, January 9th, 2007. What did the jet stream look like on that day? A ridge over the west coast and a trough in the Midwest.
Up there.
Like I said, it is the mean state of the atmosphere. But, as you probably know, deviations from the mean occur quite frequently. You can have ridges over the Midwest for most of winter, resulting in unseasonably warm weather. This is an inverted pattern, and a good example is January of 2020, one of the warmest Januaries on record since 1985. But you can also have an amplified pattern, which is a ridge over the west coast and a trough over the Midwest as usual, but both are much larger. This is what started happening in the fall of 1976. So we just learned that these Rossby waves oscillate. They swing down over the US and then lift back up over the Atlantic Ocean, which is why weather patterns change from week to week. But what if they didn't? What if for some reason there was a stable pattern where an unusually deep trough was just able to exist over the Midwest for an entire month? You see where I'm going with this? Blocking patterns are when particularly strong air masses block the normal oscillations that occur in the jet stream. This is how long heat waves occur in the Midwest. A blocking high pushes the jet stream further north for days, even weeks at a time. But there are other blocking patterns as well that can occur in winter. Winter of 1976 was interesting though because the flow of the jet stream was in phase or normal for that time of year. There wasn't a weird high pressure system out of place. Let's take a look at the Pacific Ocean in winter. To the north you have an omnipresent area of low pressure called the Aleutian Low, because it's always by the Aleutian Islands. The area of low pressure creates storms that impact Alaska as well as helps drive the flow of the jet stream northward on its eastern side. This flow is further enhanced by the North Pacific High, an area of high pressure to the west of California. This high pressure causes the ridge over the west coast, and the jet stream flows around the Aleutian Low into Canada and down over the Midwest. But starting in the fall of '76, the Aleutian Low was much stronger than usual, and it was quite literally twisting the jet stream, giving it a much greater northward component of motion. Why was it stronger? Well, the answer lies in several factors, one of which is abnormally warm sea surface temperatures off the western coast of California. Sea surface temperatures greatly impact our weather patterns. For example, moisture and warmth from the Gulf of Mexico is the reason why we get strong tornado outbreaks in the Midwest and the South. The exchange of moisture between the sea and the atmosphere fuels storm systems, and wouldn't you know it, warmer than usual ocean waters were present off the western coast of California, with colder than usual sea surface temperatures about 1,000 miles to the west. These warm waters heated and expanded the column of air above it, while the colder waters cooled and contracted the air above them. This created what is known as a pressure gradient, and this is where a lot of people often get lost. The atmosphere is three-dimensional, and it's really hard to visualize that when glancing at two-dimensional weather maps. But the height of a column of air is proportional to its temperature, meaning a pocket of warmer air is inherently taller than a pocket of cold air. So the air pressure, which decreases as you go up, hence why they pressurize the cabins of airplanes, is the same at these 2 points in the atmosphere, even though they are at wildly different heights. And this is where the pressure gradient force comes in. Because the forces that govern our atmosphere work in such a way where they try to balance each other out, the direction of the pressure gradient force is from high pressure to low pressure. Because the anomalously warm and cold waters in the Pacific created a temperature gradient that was oriented in an east-west fashion, this helped reinforce the jet stream's northerly flow over the Pacific and push all cyclones that would form below to strike western Alaska instead of the Pacific Northwest, giving Alaska one of its warmest winters on record. So, as you could probably infer, this caused an unusual winter drought in California and Oregon. For a state that supplies 25% of the nation's food, California saw $1 billion in crop loss in the winter of 1997, unable to properly irrigate farmland. It was common for all farmers to sell their cattle for pennies on the dollar, not having enough hay to feed them. Water storage in major reservoirs across the state was getting scarily low. It remains one of the driest years on record for California. In Washington, Oregon, and Idaho, the lack of moisture in the air resulted in very little snow in high elevations. This snow at the top of mountains is critical in supplying water to rivers and streams when it melts in the warmer months. Mount Hood usually sees about 140 inches of snow at 6,000 feet of elevation in winter. But in 1977, it sat at a mere 21 inches. So yeah, the amplified ridge over the western U.S. wreaked havoc on daily life in 1976 and 77. But what goes up must come down. In 1,500 miles to the east, the Great Lakes region was dealing with an entirely different problem. Above the North and South poles exists the coldest air on Earth, swirling in a
polar
counterclockwise
Arctic
area of pressure.
polar vortex.
This is called the polar vortex, and it strengthens in winter and weakens in the summer. The polar vortex doesn't exist in one small circulation. It shifts in all directions, even splitting into 2 or 3 smaller circulations, diving southwards over more southerly latitudes in the winter. A notable precursor to these cold air outbreaks is something called a sudden stratospheric warming. This is when the air over 30,000 feet above the North Pole suddenly warms tens of degrees Celsius over the course of a few days. The warming temperatures can slow the counterclockwise circulation of cold air, even causing it to start rotating clockwise. The situation is similar to a spinning top. When the top is spinning very fast, it's relatively stable and doesn't like to move laterally. But when it starts to slow down, it begins to wobble and eventually falls over. Several weeks after the polar vortex weakens, the cold air can spill southward, causing well below average temperatures in the mid-latitudes, similar to the wobbling top. The issue with 1977 is that even without a major sudden stratospheric warming, October, November, and December were well below average for the eastern United States. When the sudden stratospheric warming did occur in late December, it was so strong that not only did the stratospheric polar vortex reverse direction, but winds at the surface reverse direction as well. North of 60 degrees latitude, surface winds were out of the east. This allowed an area of high pressure to move over the poles, and this blocking arc, which pushed the split polar vortex southwards towards the equator, was the final piece of the puzzle. What happened next shattered the record books. December 1976 was brutal for the Midwest and the Great Lakes region. Multiple cyclones ahead of Arctic fronts berated the region, bringing intense snowfall followed by an Arctic blast that would last for several days. Most of these cyclones were Alberta clippers, which are fast-moving cyclones that originate east of the Canadian Rockies, usually in Alberta. They then fly to the east over the 49th parallel, often within 48 hours, containing less moisture but bringing strong cold fronts through the region. The strongest of these cyclones occurred on December 20th. 10 inches of snow fell in the snow belts of the Great Lakes, and the temperature plummeted from 60 to 20 degrees in several hours. By then, the average temperature for the month had dipped into the 20s, well below normal, and while Midwesterners were hoping to see some relief in January as temperatures slowly climbed, the exact opposite happened. On New Year's Eve, another Arctic front plunged southward through the Great Lakes region, and the temperature dipped back into the teens. Unbeknownst to cities like Chicago, it would stay below freezing for 41 consecutive days. January 1977 was cold but bearable. Temperatures were once again hovering around 20 in Ohio, and by January 6, 95% of Lake Erie had frozen over. This is pretty remarkable. It's rare for Lake Erie to have near complete ice coverage in mid-February, let alone right after Christmas. This had several consequences.
Listen,
One, it put a
don't judge me, citizens. You really don't want to have...
Moisture from the lake was now trapped beneath the ice and could not eject into the atmosphere to create lake effect snow. However, snow was now able to accumulate on top of the ice from the near constant flow of Alberta clippers that were moving through the region. This snow was very light and powdery, like powdered sugar, because the atmosphere was so cold that snowflakes weren't sticking together in clumps. This meant that the snow was able to be blown around
I
easier
hate
into
powdery
drifts.
snowflakes like that.
This
That's
will be
annoying.
important
That's
later.
annoying.
On January 10th,
This doesn't
things
stick.
changed
It's not fun to go out there and play
For
with
the first
it.
time that winter, a surface low had developed over western Texas. This wasn't like an Alberta clipper. Southern surface lows can ingest a ton of moisture from the Gulf and can dump feet of snow as they travel northeast. And that's exactly what happened. Over 8 inches of snow was dumped along the Ohio River Valley from eastern Missouri to western Kentucky, and another 3 to 5 inches across northern Ohio. Conditions were blizzard-like, with wind chills near 30 below. Many local communities had already burned through tons of rock salt, and the demand was starting to become an issue. Schools across the corridor were forced to close the following few days with the hope of opening again once the wind chill became tolerable. By January 15th, after yet another round of snow, temperatures finally rose back into the mid-20s, and then crashed almost immediately after. An all-time historic Arctic front with air 25 degrees below zero was pushing its way southeastward across the Midwest, Ohio River Valley, and eventually the Gulf Coast. From January 16th to the 18th, low temperature records were shattered. The hardest hit city was Cincinnati and the surrounding communities, which reached 21, 24, and 25 degrees below zero on consecutive nights. School was once again canceled for several days due to wind chills 50 below zero, leaving school districts, parents, and children frustrated. On January 16th, the Ohio
I don't think the kids were frustrated,
over,
just saying.
allowing people to walk from Cincinnati to Newport, Kentucky for the first time since 1958.
Everybody get off the ice immediately, please. All the way up to the shore. May I go take your pictures on the shore, please?
The river remained frozen for several days, and since most oil arrived to the tri-state area by ship, the demand for gasoline was higher than the supply. Some 50,000 tons of rock salt for southern Ohio was also trapped on the frozen river. On January 17th, the historic Upstate Theater had caught fire in Evansville, Indiana, but the fire hydrants were physically frozen. Firefighters were finally able to warm them up, and upon spraying down what remained of the theater, the water froze into massive sheets of ice within a few minutes. In Cleveland, tow trucks were running 6 hours behind schedule. Water main breaks were creating sheets of ice on city streets. It's important to note here that all of this ice was unmeltable. Rock salt is unable to melt ice below -6 degrees Fahrenheit, and even at 15 degrees, it's 86% less effective than at 30 degrees. And all the snow that had fallen up to this point, the fine powdery flakes, was still on the ground. Temperatures had not yet risen above freezing, so this snow was just blowing from snowdrifts back onto the roads every time they were cleared. Gas companies such as Columbia Gas and East Ohio Gas Company began asking businesses to close in order to save gas for homes. Ironically enough, schools were some of the biggest natural gas consumers at the time. Warehouses, including Ford and General Electric plants, as well as several shopping malls, were only allowed to use enough gas to keep their pipes from freezing. Then Governor Rhodes suspended an EPA regulation, now allowing the burning of high sulfur coal, saving natural gas for residential buildings. On January 20th, the leading edge of the historic cold front had made its way to Cuba, and the result was the first and only occurrence of snow in southeastern Florida in recorded history. Look at how far south this trough is digging. It's ridiculous. In the early morning hours, Tampa saw an inch of snow, while Miami Beach had reached 32 degrees and saw a trace of snow, which melted before 10 a.m. It was also reported that the Bahamas to the east saw a wintry mix that morning. It was truly a once-in-a-lifetime event. As for the Midwest, temperatures gradually started to climb after the 20th, reaching the mid-20s by the 22nd, and stayed there for a few days. But this entire month, there was yet another catastrophe silently brewing. Remember how Lake Erie had frozen over in early January? Well, that powdery dry snow had accumulated into mammoth 3-foot drips on top 10,000 square feet of ice just to the west of Buffalo, New York. For the next several days, the ridge of high pressure over the western U.S. was building further and further to the north, and on January 25th, the area of high pressure was situated over Graham Island to the west of British Columbia. This was officially the furthest north that the ridge would build all year, and the resulting vorticity, or the spin in the atmosphere caused by the twisting of the jet stream, caused a constant barrage of Alberta clippers to form and eject southeastward to the Great Lakes, dropping inches of snow, causing localized power outages, then sharply turning to the north over Quebec. That was a run-on sentence. I bet you thought it would never end. Well, you're like a Midwesterner on January 25th, thinking that the cold and snow would never end. And unfortunately for them, that was the day that the strongest Alberta clipper developed. Within 48 hours, it plunged down over the Great Lakes, bringing a blistering Arctic front with it, containing 40-mile-an-hour winds and nearly a foot of snow. The low passed over Lake Superior, causing Ohio and western New York to receive the brunt of the cold air. The temperature dropped from 20 to 0 in 2 hours as the wind blew across Lake Erie and funneled into the city of Buffalo. The 10,000 square feet of light powdery snow that sat atop Lake Erie was launched into western New York on January 28th, and the result was catastrophic. Now, the Buffalo National Weather Service knew that this was going to be bad, but they hadn't used it.
Yeah. I'll be right back. Okay, so lesson of the day. Apparently, apparently the office buildings can help break up noise. Can I even like? I might as well save the game before, in case I mess this up. Did I seriously forget piping? Oh, you're not getting power because... Oh. Dude, that is just, yeah, well, creepy, I guess. I should say. This place is gonna be so polluted by the end of this. Come on! Place some buildings right here. All I need to do is place some buildings right there. Okay. Oh. Meet educated workers. I think I know what we need to do now. We need to make a campus. I wonder how long it takes for like that to actually be made better. Status report. Health could be a little bit better. Crime's okay. Education needs to improve, which is what we're on the cusp of doing. Build some parks over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 blocks. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That works. About that, I'm done for now. I actually, I got done with my college semester, my very first one. So yeah, GG's guys, did pretty good at college. Can't wait for the next one. Well, I have to do an OSHA class this summer, but the OSHA class is like 10 hours long, which isn't that much. And then I can be able to criticize people and their terrible workplace practices. What do you... Maybe you're from the UK or something? Apparently the UK has, like, really different, like, school place. Oh. UK has a lot of different, workplace or school dismissals than the US does. Oh, Canada, not bad. So look at this is very smart. I am putting my industry part of everything. Put my industry part of everything on this side of the hill, that way no one can see it. Yeah, I hear ya. College is way better. You go there for like a few hours a day and you actually learn what you need to learn. Instead of school, like high school, trying out on things you don't need. Look at this. You can't even see my industrial area. Gotta take people away from... Need $65,000. Hey, we're about to get our check milestone. 26,000. Come on. Come on. Come on. We can get that fat money. Who has good Wi-Fi at all? No one has good Wi-Fi. Come on, Ann. Come on. What? There we go. Good, there you go. That place just got powered. Ah, smokes from the human ashes. Okay, we're piling up on trash again. Are you kidding? Oh, we're already destroying the landscape, as per usual. I'm having problems with garbage. I need to get rid of it. Okay, that's... Power's good, water's good, fire could be better. We should probably put the fire station right down here. Yep, fire station's gonna go right down there. I'm sorry. Okay, police. Pretty good. Health. Good. And value is going to be depreciated right here. And we have all the criminals being locked up over here. And as like a little kind of cute little measure, I put an entire moat around them. The only escape they're going to get is off these... either into the water where they'd probably drown, or these two roads that would probably be heavily guarded. Who's not getting power? Why aren't you getting power? Screw that, let's go for Belarus. Safety. Yeah, so this is kind of gonna remind me of like the Industrial Valley from The Great Gatsby. It's just gonna be completely industrial parts of this side. Okay, so we need 36,000 people for the next level up mark. We can now build shipyards. Out of city limits, not enough money. Florida is straight up toasty, dude. Yeah. It's like you better get sunscreen or else your ass is gonna get cooked. Oh shit, we are running out of... Yeah, dude, I've been there. And the only bad thing I do not... The biggest annoyance about Disney World is, oh my goodness, the walking. There we go. Let's put this here to dispose of all the evidence of wrongdoing. Did we accidentally execute, uh-oh. Did we accidentally execute a prisoner for stealing 2 toothbrushes and a toothpick? Well, and then did we put him to death? Just put him here. And anyway, as I was saying, you know, there was a guy in Alcatraz who got sentenced to, like, 60 years in prison for stealing $60 of, like, stuff back in like the 60s. Not joking. Or is it earlier than that? I'm not too sure. Yeah, just stuff. Oh, we need to probably put like elder care and all that stuff. Yeah, burns suck. I don't know if you guys could see it. I got toasted yesterday at lunchtime. Yeah, I hate when I get burned. It's so annoying. Hopefully it healed. I hate that as well. That is so annoying. You just get straight up cooked. Oh, sorry. I don't know what I can do to help the lagging stream. I built a high school right there. Problem is in this city. Yeah, we do need to save up money. Okay. The problem is when we get this big city going on, we have to keep track of more and more stuff. Wouldn't hurt to slap like a... Just slap, you know, a police station right there, just to help keep crime down. I think we are gonna have to, yeah, we're getting too much garbage. Yes, all the happy faces, like, this is all like spreading across the map. Happiness is a virus. Okay, what's going on here? Not enough customers. We need more people. Come on, move in here. I have an idea. Let's start preparing this area, because usually when I start paving out roads like this, I actually can make money. I really. Oh, we can buy one more piece. Yeah, just crowd everything together. Let's go for this piece. Oh, we got a. I guess you gotta like work in order to get more pieces. This game is pretty good, though. I do recommend it. Can we please put we should put a ban on cyclists. What is that? Two fused services. You need to, one day when you get a job, you're gonna feel so good. Trust me, it's the best feeling you'll ever get. Yeah, it's so annoying because nowadays everything's so expensive. You can't buy anything without going broke. Economy sucks. Yeah, I'm not kidding you. Like, a little capsule of miniature M&Ms was running for $3 a cap. And bro, my favorite lollipop basically doubled in price. Like, what have we got? What is going on, my guy? Why do we have to suffer this? Oh wait, you're Canadian. I should say something. Do you know how many Canadian pennies end up in US circulation? Like tons, and I mean lots. I have like 500 of them. I'm a numismatist. I collect all types of things. Yes, I have a bunch. Where are they? Right here. Is that the top? That's my what are these pennies? Esmond? Esmond pennies. Yeah, there they are. Well, your pennies are as identical to ours. They're like the same size, the same height. Like they're almost the same. Like a more geometric shape to them. You can crack open entire penny boxes, you can still find your pennies. They're everywhere. There's probably at least 3 pennies, like 3 Canadian pennies. Only have up to 10 per like $25. Look at this. There's a one of them. Just a crap load of these things. I've hoarded them for so long. I've even found this Canadian quarter. I found even a silver Canadian quarter at one point. If you don't know, that silver currencies are pretty rare. And in fact, like a Canadian quarter from like U.S. money bags is pretty interesting, to say so the least. Yeah, it took me like 5 years to get all these subs. It took a long time. You have to put in a lot of time in order to do it. You can't just like, oh, I'm gonna do this right now. No. Like, you gotta be patient. I think that's a really good tip in terms of like YouTubing, is that you have to be patient. It's not an overnight ideal. You're not gonna become famous from doing absolutely nothing unless you're really lucky. You gotta actually do some hard work, and then you'll get there eventually. You can't ever give up, though. You have to remain persistent. Oh, this pollution's gone. Look, this place is really... If you keep live streaming and also like connect with your audience, that's what I do recommend. Dude, can you imagine being in there? Oh no. Or some pH bots or whatever that shit. I cannot stand those type of bots. I was on my birthday and I was streaming and I was just straight up getting SEX bots chatting in my freaking thing. I had an entire war with them too. I had like ban and like dishing out bans like there was no tomorrow. I cannot stand those. Those are so annoying. Come on, little cars. Yeah, traffic is becoming terrible. There we go. We just upgrade the roads. And there she goes. That should be enough. Let's see how it goes. Oh my goodness. Yeah, we do have garbage problems. That's my biggest glaring weakness, is we need to get rid of this garbage, and it's super annoying. Now, my resort is to building these incinerators over here. However, I think this over here is trying to, remove the garbage. And if we don't do this, this has just become like the world of Wall-E, where there's just garbage piles everywhere. I feel bad. This town is being so ignored. This is my original city. No chat wars. Anyway. We need more money. Again? Are we seriously? We should go for the large. Oh, actually, do that right here. Come on. There we go. Bridge reveal? What the heck? We need to make this subterranean if we can. I can see your stuff. Come on. Not enough money. What, you just venting or something? Dude, that's kind of like my way of getting anger out. I just have to just like get it, just say everything that's on top of my mind and get it all out. Okay, I'm gonna be very honest. I would be very careful getting tips from me because I literally started the game like 3 days ago. But I mean, I think just be my biggest tip, I guess, I can just think logically. Look at cities, okay? For example, the biggest tip, separate your industries and your residential. Nobody wants to live next to a factory, so that's why I have all my industry in my crappy part of town right here, and my good houses all over here. Why did I put only 2-lane roads here? We need to put more. I'm definitely gonna doze all the industry over here. Oh, by the way, a really good tip, place your sewer emptying pipes downstream from, thanks for saying I'm nice, but, okay, so for example, put your sewers right here and put your waters right here. That way, because if you put your sewer here, you're gonna be dumping in your water. That's basically like taking your pipe from your toilet and dumping it into your water source. That's disgusting. Nobody does that. That's terrible. The other thing is, like this map, I was able to place wind turbines on this hill, which actually has a lot of winds. Yeah, I know the basics as well. I'm not really that well taught in this because I'm actually very new at this game. So yeah, I guess that's all I can say. This is... Oh wait, I think that's only because we just... I think that's only like that because we were... There's no one on my Discord, but it's called TARS, like the Abbott... no, TAARS, the Abbott Agency, or TADS, the Abbott Agency Discord server. Yeah, creative. Look, I'm very creative. Just give me, shit. I need to put my link down in the description, honestly. My description is so outdated. That description was made like 3-5 years ago. Like a few months after making the channel. It's never been touched. It needs to be changed. It is so bad. I cannot buy these areas! Dude, let's buy this area. That is so useless. There's nothing that, I mean, you could put land there. I'm dumb. Let's save this game because earlier I was building, I lost an hour of progress because my game crashed. No, we don't. I don't have City Skylines 2. It's actually not out yet on PS5. It ain't out yet. I cannot wait for it to come out though, but I hear it's a little bit laggy. Hopefully I can fix that. That shouldn't be way too hard. Boom, done. Okay. When 69% of your landfills are in use. Please burn the garbage! Recycling plants, that's recycling. Oh, 2! I said 1, not 2! Please, 1! Well, empty landfill. We'll only transport it over. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. What did you say again? Apologies there. Okay, guys, get the garbage over here. We need to get rid of it. It's stinky up in this house. Not enough services. See ya. Dude, this is literally the asshole of my city. I just turned this part. Welcome to Detroit, people. Welcome to Detroit. Could use a little bit more water, though. Dude, these canals are so perfect. What? I'm sorry. Sorry. I'm here. I'm here. I see you. I see you. Put water, like canals? Yeah, you can put water canals. Yeah, that is actually really nice. These canals, this river is like higher elevation than that river down there. So I've actually resulted into taking water from this, canaling it all the way over here, and splitting it. And then, after it's split, it's going to these water things. And I recommend you do the water because it produces less pollution. You can actually see the pollution going downriver right now. It's not bad. Comparing it to the other, like, I literally had a sewage area right here, and it was just straight up shit going right down the river. It was so bad. And check this out, this highway is going down here. And I don't know what you want me to say. Wait, what is going on over here? Oh, that ramp is backing the hell up. We need to upgrade. You can do that? Ah, there goes my dog being a little bit of a tool. See ya. Well, take your time, see ya. Oh, there's no residential. I don't know. Oh, nope, I just found a bad problem. You see, I really like the spot. I know it's my original city, but I really want to get rid of it, and I want to reorganize. It could definitely be a lot better. I have gotten a bit better at building since... Oh, boy, there... Is our landfills going down? It is going down. Our landfills are now being emptied. I hate when YouTube does not like wrap text. Options on what? Like this? Like this? What do you think is a mod? Oh no, I don't think I can. That might be a mod, I'm not too sure. Where's our traffic going on? You have to click the road, right? Let's say you want to do road, right? And first of all, you want to go straight order construction. So to do this, you place your road and you click down. This might differ, and boom, you can go up to 3 layers down. I think you can actually look at that, an underground road under an underground road. Basically, imagine you're trying to do bridges. Instead of going up like this, just go down. However, if you do this near buildings or roads, it might get a little bit picky. Just to let you know. We are building up. We are building up so much garbage, and this is not fun. Come on. Our garbage is like... Come on. The good thing is we're actually getting a little power from that. Get a bunch of power from the plants that we're building. That is a better stream of pollution than was going on, you know. Oh, nice. We can buy another section of land. That's the... Thank you, Mayor. Or the guy calling you Mayor. Let's create walled cities. Now, walled cities, or walled highways. Walled highways. Stop. Dude, did we hit all the milestones? I think every milestone we got... Wait, I think we can only see that amount of people, but like... I think the, I think every time... We can only buy a plot of land every time we progress. Uh-oh, what's going on over here? We need flood walls. Not good. casually kills everybody on this bridge. I have to play to see how this works out. This is... Those trucks literally just like... Dead ass like... Okay. Oh! Oh, problem. Oh, my shit. Okay. We are suffering a flooding apocalypse. Oh boy, this is not good. This is definitely not good. This is making me a little bit terrified. Wait, the water's receding. Oh my god, it's carrying a cop car! Oh no! Oh no! The cop car! Oh no! Oh no! No. Oh, no. Aha. Eat that. Listen, your houses are going to be completely obliterated. That's because I'm trying to protect you. I think it's evaporating. Are you kidding me? What is going on with my freaking garbage? I really want to build dump, but you know, you know, fine. I'll build a dump, but listen. I need to build a dump somewhere, but it's like I can't. Crap! I need to build a good. Okay, now go get the garbage. Actually, should probably upgrade this road. There you go. And there we go, that's better. I think those are the ones producing like way more water than I need. There we go. Not enough equipment for buyers. Oh my gosh, we're dealing with so much garbage. Yeah, you know, I'm gonna need to look at the video. I'm good at everything else, but garbage. I suck at garbage.
What's going on? Movie Mouse here, back with episode 2 of the How To series, updated for 2020. In the last episode, we got off to a successful start. Now we're already having some issues, though, and I want to talk about that first. So, if we see here, we've got people complaining about power problems. And power problems always start at the edge of your grid. So the buildings closest to the power plant will be fine. The ones that are further away or further down the chain will be affected. These are not, because they're on their own separate part of the grid. But for these buildings that are, we've got to get them more power. And if you remember in the last episode, we turned down the budget for electricity. Now, if you really want to come in here and micromanage it, you can. I'm going to go between 50
Oh my gosh, we can go and micromanage.
So I don't have to keep coming in here as often. But that will bump our electricity back up. And in fact, if we go into info views and look at electricity, we might catch it, but probably not. So it went from in the yellow to well into the green. So that should have us covered for a little bit. But before you start dropping in new power plants, always good to double check and make sure that your budget isn't turned down. If these icons don't go away right away, sometimes throw it on 3 times speed. It takes a minute. So in the last episode, we got off to a successful start with our city here, doing some basic residential area, a basic downtown commercial, and I'm, thinking small town downtown, right? But we separated our industry over here, along with our coal power plant, and got our water all set up on its own, way down there by the river. In this episode, I want to talk about what we unlocked in the first milestone. There's a couple important things here. So one thing you can do is give yourself time to think about all this stuff. There's a lot to grasp, a lot to take in, especially when you're first starting building cities. I still overlook stuff when stuff gets unlocked. I'm trying to power through and speed my way to the next milestone.
Losing money.
It's easy to overlook really important things for your city.
How do we lose so much water right now? Oh shit. How do we lose so much water? I swear we had so much water. Then water just went like down the shitter. Is it because of our garbage? That's how much the garbage is affecting. think we're actually doing something better. But I don't know where the, like, why this water. Like, it says I'm doing pretty good in water. Maybe it's because we have to have like a range or something. Ah. Should solve all that. Here we go. Okay, now we need payment. $18,870. Yeah, we need to pay the bank back $18,000. There we go, we paid off the bank so we don't have to mess with them at the moment. Okay, the reason people are dying, I think, is because of the garbage.
A new milestone. It's a great way to kind of take stock of what's happening in the city and come up with your next plan. So let's start right at the top and talk about taxes and loans. So if we hold Y or triangle, or on PC if you look for the money stack there, we can come into taxes, budget, and loans here. That's, I guess, income and expenses too. 1,000. But that's all pretty straightforward. The focus of today's episode is garbage, healthcare, and education. So let's talk about them in that order. If we go over to the water, electric, and garbage tab, that's where that's hiding, you've got a couple options here. Now, if you've just got the base game, you've got the dump, or the landfill. And basically, landfills send trucks out, collect the garbage, and it does create pollution in the area. It will eventually fill up and need to be emptied, and it won't send any more trucks out until there's room. Now, how you empty that is either to another landfill site or to an incinerator that you unlock later in your playthrough. When you get to a population of 7,500, in this case, we're playing again on Diamond Coast. Numbers may vary per map. Now, if you've got the Green Cities DLC, which I'm hoping you should have, and if you don't, it's free right now on consoles from May 21st to May 28th. go ahead and grab it, because that will get you the recycling center. Now, this has a noise pollution bubble in orange and a pollution bubble in purple. So you can see here, we don't want to put it, right on top of our citizens, but this is a better option because it doesn't fill up like the dump does. It can get to the point where it can't process any more garbage any faster, and it isn't effective, but it's never going to fill up, and it will allow you to move the building. A dump, once it has one bag of garbage in it, can't be moved until it's emptied. And that's the case with some other buildings that we'll talk about later, like the cemeteries. So if it's an option, go with the recycling plant. In this case, I'm going to tuck it way off up here in the corner. I'm going to overwrite a business to do that.
There you go, guys. How about you get a park? Okay, that's the least I can do for you.
Drag with the space that we have on this map. If you do a landfill site, it's the exact same mechanic. You're plopping it down, and you'll notice that the roads turned green when I dropped the recycling plant in there. Maybe you did, maybe you didn't. But places we can't get to, right? Like the opposite side.
Will that help? Garbage is literally my. I will like defend myself when it comes to planning my city out. I will not defend myself when it comes in the terms of
Hello guys and welcome to another.
Of how I'm dealing with garbage, because my garbage dealing building. Look, I've increased the budget, I've put down plants, and I just can't get rid of any of my garbage.
Garbage collection. If you don't collect the garbage from your cities, boy, bad things will happen. Your city happiness will decrease, and that's not good. That's not good at all. That's why you need to get rid of the garbage inside your city. You have two options for that, and if you're going with the milestone thingy, in the beginning you will have one option, which is the landfill site, and as you progress you will get access to the incineration plant. You can choose between, when you have access to both of them, you should choose between one of these two. I personally prefer the incineration plant because it doesn't store the garbage, it takes care of it. For example, here my citizens have one of these two. I personally prefer the incineration plant because it doesn't store the garbage, it takes care of it. For example, here my citizens have a lot of garbage around them and they don't like it. They want someone to get rid of the garbage, as you can see. And so for that, I can build the landfill thingy. And as you will notice, garbage trucks will go and will collect the garbage. Now you have to keep in mind that the longer the distance from the building that collects garbage to the place where there's a lot of garbage, if the distance is too high between these two places, the garbage collection process will be slower. And as a second option, guys, you have the incineration plant. You can place it near the landfill thing, and you need to provide water in order to work. Now, only to this one. Now, you will see that the incineration plant also generates trucks that will go and will collect the garbage. You have an upkeep. You will have to pay some money per week in order to sustain this thingy. And the upkeep is way much bigger for the incineration plant, and the incineration plant is way much more expensive than the landfill. But
there's a very important upside of this. You don't store the garbage, you simply get rid of it. And that's the best part. That's why I prefer it, is that. Yeah, so this is pretty much it. The trucks are going and they will collect the garbage, as you can see.
Maybe it's everywhere. The traffic that's slowing the garbage trucks down.
Garbage. Let's see. It goes to the other way. Yeah, pretty much, let's see. The situation in the city improved. And it will keep improving once the garbage trucks will get to the places where garbage exists. For example, this is the truck here. It turns to the left, and bam, it took the garbage from this building. And the citizens are happy, and so forth. They live happily ever after. This was it, guys. This is pretty much all about the garbage disposal. Thank you a lot for watching. I hope it was helpful. Take care. Bye bye.
Now streaming on Hulu.
Get all this garbage and get it out, folks. Maybe if we increase the traffic, like capacity. Alternate that way they don't get tired of that. People are trying to move out of my city. Well, that's probably because we destroyed the entire place. Nuclear power is fine. Stop from hungry. Yes.
Look at this new gold Trump mugshot coin, gorgeously crafted, shipped in a display case so that you can protect. This video is sponsored by Master.
I don't care about any politicians.
Dangers of nuclear power, the risk of meltdown, invisible but deadly radiation, memories of Chernobyl and Fukushima, an issue so pervasive it birthed the Green Party, one of Germany's largest political forces, with Green parties in general being staunchly anti-nuclear. Following the Russian invasion of Ukraine and the energy crisis, however,
no kidding.
positions have been increasingly questioned.
People need to stop their fear of nuclear and get over it.
Most often brought up by anti-nuclear activists are Chernobyl and Fukushima. These two precedents are used to paint a picture of the danger nuclear power plants pose.
Chernobyl resulted from a freak of nuclear engineering. The people who built and ran the reactor were poorly trained at best, and the reactor was really terribly put together. I mean, look, we in the West, I'm not saying the West has superior technology. There's a lot of technology that the Eastern world has. It's way better than ours. For example, education. Like, the Eastern world has way better education than America. But, the problem is that you know, their reactor had a tin shed. Ours, we have like 3-yard containment. There's a whole plethora of issues that it would take me a while to get through. Not I'll play something beyond this. I think our garbage problem's actually starting to be fixed.
Else, exaggerate. Alarmist even. Or do they? Is there merit to the criticism, and where does that put nuclear power in the middle of the energy crisis? About that, power costs have been hitting historic highs. As a result, we've seen a flurry of government action to try and rein things in. Now, normally, people's income from passive investments would help ease the pain of higher cost of living. But unfortunately, Goldman Sachs reports that a typical stock of a portfolio is expected to flatline at best this year. And so what do you do when inflation is making your savings a bad place to keep money as well? You could put your investments outside the stock market. No, not a safe or a pillow. I'm talking real assets like fine art. According to Deloitte, 85% of wealth managers believe there's an argument for art as part of a wealth offering. Even Morgan Stanley specifically talks about fine art, saying investment-grade art has a low correlation to other major asset classes.
We have people, we can't buy it, but here's, I have an idea.
Show that contemporary art specifically has a negative 0.04 correlation to developed market equities, i.e. major stocks. Not only can it diversify your portfolio, it's had some stellar appreciation, even outpacing the S&P 500 for the last 26 years by 131%. And during times of crisis, it can actually appreciate even more. Contemporary art's appreciation spiked from 13.8% for the last 25 years to a whopping 25%. No wonder during our current crisis, Masterworks is seeing increased demand for investors looking to get contemporary art into their portfolios. Masterworks buys up an expensive art.
Oh, it's Anthony.
So, the two examples cited by opponents of nuclear. Let's take a look at Chernobyl first. What happened there? First off, no, the exclusion zone is not Stalker. There aren't any gigantic mutated animals or wondrous radioactive anomalies. The zone is, in fact, one of the best wildlife sanctuaries on the planet. There are wild horses, foxes, a whole lot of animals happily living in the area. Until the Russians arrived, anyway. And the zone itself was at no point abandoned, not even the nuclear power plant. After Block 4 exploded in 1986, Block 2 went on operating till 1991, Block 1 till 1996, and Block 3 all the way till 2000. But what about the radiation? To answer this question, I went and asked Thunderfoot, a PhD researcher and fellow YouTuber. He said, radiation around Chernobyl is comparable to what you get on an airplane at altitude. The plane is more dangerous though due to the whole body dose.
The radiation is not...
Cesium-137.
It's...
Cesium in the environment...
Well, to be honest... Chernobyl, what it appears to look like, is that it's not the... You wouldn't really want to live in it, but the radiation is kind of gone down a bit. Now, again, even though this radiation level has subsisted a little bit, we still have lots of cleaning to do, nonetheless. It's going to remain contaminated for thousands of years. Now, I should say, before I start arguing for pro-nuclear, I will wholeheartedly agree there are problems with nuclear. There are cons with every power source. Turbines are expensive, coal is dirty, and nuclear can be dirty if it's not handled correctly. Now please remember what I just said, if it's not handled correctly. If you handle nuclear power correctly, you can finesse a very large amount of power. Actually, speaking of that, I think I even have nuclear power available right now. How much power are we talking?
Danger unless you eat it. So there you have it. Chernobyl
exactly. Don't eat anything.
Go around eating the local soil and flora. Just 36 years after the world's worst nuclear catastrophe. And this is where the alarmism, sensationalism, and people's general lack of physical knowledge intersect. Photos like this might look scary to the average Joe. Oh, what's this? A Chernobyl mushroom.
Chernobyl mushroom? Are they fearing it because the mushroom is big? Because big mushrooms exist. I've held a 1-foot diameter giant mushroom before. Not like the typical mushroom, but like just a kind of like a It's like this white mushroom, like it looked like a cloud. But
with one of them Genghis counters next to it. 21.88? That sounds mighty high, whatever that is. Nuclear power's bad. That picture is from Pripyat, the city right next to the power plant. The display shows 21.88 microsieverts, which equals 0.02 millisieverts, which is about 1/4 of...
Hey, what?
Nuclear power's bad. That picture is from Pripyat, the city right next to the power plant. The display shows 21.88 microsieverts, which equals 0.02 millisieverts.
21 micros? Oh, 21 microsieverts is an hour? That's pretty good. That's safe levels right there. Again, the rule is don't go like what's it called? Anything above anything above like 60 is when it starts to kind of get into the unfavorable area. But hey, that's not a bad amount of microsieverts. You keep going.
Which is about 1/4 of the dosage you get on a transatlantic flight, which is 0.08. For the sake of perspective, a likely lethal dose would be 5,000 millisieverts, 65,500 times the radiation on transatlantic flights, and 250,000 times the away Pripyat mushroom. It's not so scary when you put it that way, is it? The destruction of Chernobyl Block 4 itself is also a special case which nowadays couldn't happen in any developed country. Very briefly, the Chernobyl plant was running Soviet RBMK-1000 reactors, which were cheap and easy to build and maintain, but this
and their fuel was terrible.
Which were only corrected after the disaster. Basically, the thing was very peculiar, and in order to avoid a runaway thermal feedback loop and potentially a catastrophe, you need reliable equipment and highly trained personnel. None of this was present in Chernobyl. On top of that, the Russian Empire, back then calling itself the Soviet Union, has always been notorious for cheaping out and suppressing inconvenient truths.
Exactly.
Such as fatal design flaws in...
Because the problem about the Soviet Union is it cared about its own pride and its own like sustainability over people. It could not stand, the Soviet Union could not stand to see itself basically like failing. They can't admit to failure, and that is their weakness or that was their weakness as a country. I can't say it's there because guess what? They're gone. The Soviet Union is dead. But yeah, they could not stand to see themselves fail. Because of that, they just had to cheat. They had to break the rules of what is acceptable and not.
Nuclear reactors, or more recently, the actual state of the Russian armed forces. Ever since then, all remaining RBMK reactors have been retrofitted, meaning right now there isn't a single nuclear power plant on the planet which is able to explode like Chernobyl Reactor 4. Fair enough, but what about Fukushima then? Let's talk about that. The year is 2011. It's the 11th of March, quarter to 15. In 1 minute, the Tohoku earthquake would begin, just 72 kilometers off the coast.
And Fukushima, basically what happened here is that a reactor, like these guys had their reactor built pretty good, however some layouts proved to be a very big problem. So, what happened, you might be asking? Well, a problem is they placed their diesel generators under sea level. Once the tsunami flooded these diesel generators, the power to keep the reactor from cooling down was now removed. And because of this removal, well, shit happened. And the hydrogen built up in this reactor compartment, and, well, place exploded. But this hurricane,
The good news is it didn't happen right under the land. The bad news is it was a magnitude 9 earthquake, the absolute top of the Richter scale. As it was underwater, it set off an enormous tsunami. Now, the nuclear power plant was right on the coast, but behind wave barriers. And right up to the tsunami, things were in order. Of the 6 reactors, only 3 were operating. The other 3 were shut down for inspections. When the earthquake hit, the 3 operational reactors shut down correctly as intended. However, coolant has to be circulated even after a shutdown, otherwise things can heat up and the reactor can melt down. Since the reactors no longer produced electricity, emergency diesel generators started running the coolant pumps. However, then the tsunami arrived, so large that it broke through the wave barriers and flooded the plant's basement where those generators were located. All generators failed with the exception of reactor 6's, providing enough power to cool both 5 and 6. The first 4, however, were left without coolant and melted down. There were also some hydrogen explosions, so if you see damage on the plant's buildings, it was that. Now you might be asking, how on earth did they not think of the tsunami risk in Japan of all places, with a coastal nuclear power plant of all things? Why did they put the generators in the basement, and how come they didn't know that wave barriers were insufficient for a large tsunami? And the answer is, they did know. The company operating
This is a freak of nature.
Warnings about the tsunami risk from the U.S. Nuclear Regulatory Commission, various Japanese government committees, the Japanese Active Fault and Earthquake Research Center, and 2 separate in-house studies by TEPCO itself. They all came
now I know how to use curves. You see that? Line up like that,
existing defenses
and boom.
will be wholly insufficient, resulting in a disaster. And TEPCO took all these studies and warnings and simply ignored them. Yep. If anything, this disaster has shown us how safe nuclear power plants really are, even in such an extreme environment. Since without decades of gross negligence and lack of oversight, the plant would have been fine, even during a magnitude 9 earthquake and an enormous tsunami. The earthquake and tsunami killed 19,759, injured 6,242, with 2,553 missing. So how many people died due to the Fukushima nuclear disaster? 1. Yeah. And if you look at the plant on a map, you'll see that the area around it is very much inhabited. People still live there. There's even a 7-Eleven just 1.5 kilometers away from the actual reactor blocks. As you can see, when you actually look at the facts...
Like Fukushima, 3 Mile Island, and Chernobyl are like the really worst.
This didn't stop Germany, for example, from trying to phase out its nuclear production...
And in my opinion, I'm not... Now, again, I should say, I'm not a nuclear expert. I don't have a degree on it. I'm just saying it from, like, studying and reading documents and stuff. But, like, in my opinion, and I think everybody else's, these incidents could be very easily preventable. Chernobyl could have been prevented if the reactor was built with enough quality, maintenance with higher trained staff, and more designs were worked out. For example, the graphite tip rods could be removed and supplemented for another piece. Fukushima could have, Fukushima could have put their generators uphill and geared up, but I would say I wouldn't really go way too heavy on Fukushima, because the thing is that this magnitude of earthquake was very big. And now here's where I have to say this, and I feel like this is very true. And I think that I have a lot of words here to, like, a very, 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 very good point. Is that we've gone to wind turbines, and wind turbines are pretty good, but they do have problems. But now people are bitching and complaining about turbines being built, when, you know what? The reason we're building wind turbines is because, and I repeat, because, well, you turned your back on nuclear. You shunned nuclear. And now you're simply paying for that price. Like, you went scared because of nuclear, and now you said, oh, we don't want nuclear, but guess what? You're getting something else in nuclear, which is wind.
Onwards, which resulted in the country's increasing dependence on Russian hydrocarbons, which ended up financing the imperialistic genocidal conquest of Ukraine. There was a parallel attempt at the so-called Energiewende, a large-scale shift towards green energy sources, but that initiative is now mired in German bureaucracy with no solution in sight. Thus, in order to block the hole left by the nuclear phase-out, Germany had to resort to Lignite, the dirtiest, most polluting, lowest quality type of coal there is. In addition, lignite is mined via open pit mining, turning the environment into an actual wasteland for multiple square kilometers. So there we go. We turned entire regions into wastelands to burn the worst possible fossil fuel just so we can shut down those scary nuclear power plants. Meanwhile, in France, nuclear power constitutes 3/4 of the energy mix, with 6 new reactors planned in the
France
next
is just
15 years. Poland
carrying-
has swapped it for nuclear to replace their notoriously polluting coal power plants. And good for them. There is nothing really wrong with nuclear, and opposition thereof originates either from a lack of knowledge or deliberate spread of sensationalist misinformation. You know, it's easy to report cesium levels exceeding the norm 100 million times when the norm is 0. And regarding nuclear waste storage, it's a pain in the ass, complicated and expensive, but by no means unsolvable, and vastly preferable to dying from the climate catastrophe. Plus, turns out the Chernobyl zone is perfect for large-scale nuclear waste storage, such a facility having been inaugurated
Exactly.
a few months before the invasion. Nuclear energy should be the basis of every modern energy mix. It should be used as a stable backbone with renewable energy stacked on top. This is the surest,
Yep.
most effective way of getting rid of fossil fuels and achieving carbon neutrality in the energy sector. And if you still think nuclear plants are too risky, well,
These stupid trucks are killing us all.
You need to make the
Dude,
best move for your car.
you know what? Call me, you know, a dirty, car-loving liberal and all that stuff. You clean energy loving liberal. Go ahead. I know what exactly you're gonna say, but listen, hear me out, okay? One of my biggest views, my biggest things I like to look out for is practicality, okay? How practical is something, okay? Now, can you please tell me? I mean, I know people buy trucks because they want to look really big and stuff, but is it practical to guzzle 12 gallons of gasoline to the mile? Or no. Is it possible? Is it really practical to guzzle 1 gallon of gasoline for every 17 or so, even 12 miles you travel while carrying literally nothing except for yourself? You know what? If you want a truck, go do it. I mean, more power to you, you know? I don't care. I'm not gonna stop you. It's your money. You could spend it as you will. You know what I mean? But saying, this is really impractical. Trucks are just...
more environmentally friendly, more financially sustainable, and just better places to live. So given these benefits, it's not surprising that cities all around the world are trying to build more mixed-use walkable neighborhoods and viable alternatives to driving. Unfortunately, as engineers, planners, and advocates try to repair the mistakes of the 1960s and build the cities of the future, there's a growing trend that could undo all of that hard work: the growth of SUVs and light trucks. I really don't think it's an exaggeration to say that if there's a positive goal that cities have for the future, SUVs fight against that. They're just bad for cities. Really bad. If you're walking and you get hit by an SUV, you're 3 times more likely to die than if...
Now, when I first saw this video, I was like, oh, he's gonna criticize my car, no fair. I feel like my car would be out of the question because it's a compact SUV. We're talking about SUVs where, I'll be standing, right here, and the hood would be right here. My hood is down here. I can see very well out of my car. I'm very low to the ground. I don't have to climb up in my car.
A regular car, and if you're in a regular car, you're more likely to die in a crash if it's with an SUV. SUVs are more likely to hit people in the first place because they're big, unwieldy, and have poor visibility. SUV drivers themselves are twice as likely to be killed in a rollover than car drivers. SUVs make congestion worse because they take up more space on the roads, they have terrible fuel economy too, and the list goes on and on. And to be completely honest, I'm making this video because I'm absolutely fed up with the conversation around SUVs and light trucks. We're constantly being told that doing anything about the astronomical growth in the average size of motor vehicles would infringe...
You know what, and going back to this, my dad made a very good point, okay? We have vehicles weighing several thousand God, I can't talk. We have vehicles weighing several thousand pounds, and they're carrying no more than 1 or 2 people. That energy inefficiency is such ass and needs to be fixed. promptly. It's a waste of fuel, a waste of energy, a waste of resources. And if you want an SUV, go ahead. I'm not saying, oh, SUVs should be banned. There are some good points for SUVs, right? For example, if you have like 7 people in your family and you take them, SUV would be a beautiful design. Or if you want to go off-roading. However, I think, my SUV, I think is pretty good. It's a compact SUV. I compared the Subaru Crosstrek, which is my car, to a Tahoe, and the size scared me. Like, I'll drive up to Tahoes, I'll be like this, looking up. I'll be like I was watching this video right here, and I'm like, oh, he's gonna shell my car. I'm like, this is gonna suck. And I realized, wow, never mind. I think my car would be exempt because because, you know, all this, you know, it's smaller than...
Freedoms of people to do whatever they want. But your freedom to swing your arm ends where my face begins, and SUVs are a giant punch in the face to everyone who doesn't drive one. In short, SUVs are oversized, ridiculous, unnecessary death machines that are literally killing people, even their own drivers. So let's look at why they're so popular. If you went back in time about 40 years, you wouldn't really see any SUVs. If you lived in a rural area, you might see a small pickup truck or a bare-bones Jeep used for hunting or farming. But until fairly recently, pretty much everybody drove a car or maybe a van. But today, light trucks and SUVs make up almost 80% of all new car sales in the US. 80%.
That's scary.
The auto industry...
Because, dude, after I watched this video, I would always drive around and be like, dude, that truck over there, if I get hit with it, yeah, you get hit with a car, you're gonna die, obviously, but like, dude, like, I'm going under and I'm not surviving. I'm going to die from that thing.
Heavily pushing these vehicles for years.
And I'm sorry, but don't even get me started about lifted trucks, dude. Those are hideous. Unless you pull them off correctly. Lifted trucks can look pretty cool, but a lot of the times it comes off as like some dude trying to be like a hard ass and not being one.
SUVs are classified as light trucks, which aren't subject to the same safety and emission standards as cars. Light trucks originally referred to commercial vehicles that needed to carry or tow heavy loads or traverse difficult terrain. To facilitate this, light trucks have large engines and stiff frames, both of which are disastrous for fuel economy and safety, but more on that in a second. And it all started because of these f***ing chickens. In 1962, Europe placed a heavy import tax on American chickens. In retaliation, America levied import taxes of their own. They specifically targeted European light trucks that were typically used by small businesses, and since foreign automakers were already producing better and cheaper cars, the declining American auto industry really wanted to shift to a vehicle where they didn't have to compete, because, like, competition is for suckers. So that carved out light trucks as its own category in America, but what really kicked off the explosion of SUVs was, ironically, fuel efficiency regulations. The corporate average fuel economy, or CAFE standards, required all automobile manufacturers in the US to improve the average fuel economy of their entire fleet or face financial penalties. But here's the catch. Were classified differently than passenger cars.
I cannot. Can we please ban lobbying?
Because unlike cars, light trucks were used by
That's
honest,
such bull.
American patriots like
they get away with so much shit. It's so annoying.
To make this picture for me, which is why he has this dead look on his face, and his pickup has an extra door hanging off the side. So rather than build cars that met CAFE standards, auto manufacturers were incentivized to get as many people to buy light trucks as possible. The first SUVs could be classified as light trucks because they were built in the same factories and using the same body-on-frame construction as traditional pickup trucks. These SUVs were basically pickup trucks with a longer roof. This allowed American car manufacturers to save a lot of money by using existing design parts and factories, and of course, it also allowed them to avoid any regulations for passenger vehicles, including safety regulations, because these were,
Oh, don't do that.
light trucks. So this saved the auto manufacturers a lot of money and avoided regulations, but there was a problem. How were they going to convince people to buy a vehicle that was impractical, uncomfortable, ugly, and dangerous? The book High and Mighty, written by a Detroit automobile journalist and published in 2002, documents the history of how SUVs came to be, and it was one of the books that helped radicalize me against car dependency. And while this book is rather out of date today, the history of the SUV is still very relevant. The earliest SUVs were Jeeps marketed to rich guys who went hunting on the weekends. Marketers used this outdoorsy image to lure people who wanted to be cool. Hey, you might live in suburbia and work a super lame desk job in a business park, but you're still the kind of guy who might maybe someday go on a camping trip, and this is the car to do with it. No, don't look at that significantly more practical car over there. Station wagons are for losers and boomers. And this
Dude, wagons, dude, what? Wagons, like Subaru wagons, which I think Subaru just makes wagons a lot. But dude, I love those shaggin' wagons. I love Subaru
The group
wagons.
saw some modest success, but
They're
real
actually
strategy
not
was to
bad.
make scared people feel safe. Early focus groups showed that Americans were obsessed with crime and violence, so automobile manufacturers took advantage of that. The city is a big, scary place. Protect yourself with a big, stupid car. That's how we got ads that say, think of it as a 4,000-pound guardian angel. And this one that says, let nature worry about you for a change, which addresses the incredibly common suburbanite problem of crocodiles attacking you from trees. This also turned road safety into an arms race. Whoever has the biggest vehicle wins, and so vehicles became bigger and more aggressive every year. It's got to the point where you can't even buy a small, practical, fuel-efficient car in America anymore, even if you wanted to. When we lived in Brussels, for example, we owned a Toyota Aygo, which was perfect for our family, but Toyota doesn't even sell this model in America. I wonder why. So where does it all end? When everyone is driving tanks? Tanks! What a funny joke, right? Except that this is one of the largest Sherman tanks from World War II. And this is a Cadillac Escalade.
Shit.
Yeah. Incidentally, the website where I got these images of cars, SUVs, and trucks, but not tanks, is carsize.com, an excellent and addictive site that lets you easily compare the sizes of many different kinds of vehicles. They were also nice enough to let me use their vehicle photos in this video, so check them out. I put a link in the description, but just type in carsized.com yourself. It's really not that hard. It's incredibly depressing that SUVs were marketed as being safer because their classification as light trucks has been disastrous for actual safety. One of the most dangerous things about SUVs is their bumper height. American cars are required to have bumpers between
I remember,
20 inches.
again, after I watched this video, I'd always go up to cars and look at how tall they are up from the ground, and it's scary, because you couldn't see shit.
Cars, the original light trucks, were built to haul.
And most of these giant trucks, like, how do you, you have to, pick everything up and lug it in? It's so inefficient. Ah!
A heavier, stiffer chassis. Rather than crumpling in a crash like a car frame, which distributes energy and acts as a protective cushion, the chassis on a light truck acted like a battering ram, and the people inside became the crumple zone. Combine that with a high bumper, and you run into a problem known as crash compatibility. When two normal-sized cars crash into each other, they are compatible in that their safety features are pretty much aligned and designed to work together, which provides more protection to the drivers of both cars. But when a regular car and an SUV crash into each other, the bigger, higher, stiffer vehicle doesn't line up with the smaller car's safety features,
Big
which can
cars
make the
destroy
car
little ones.
deadly. Of course, it's even worse for anyone outside of a car. When a person gets hit by a car, they're typically thrown onto the hood. This can cause injury to the lower legs, which sucks, but generally doesn't kill you at low speeds. But the higher front end of an SUV means the impact is centered near the torso and head, which is much more deadly. People hit by SUVs are also more likely to hit their head on the ground or go under the vehicle thanks to their high ground clearance, and in case it isn't obvious, it's a bad thing to be underneath a gigantic, heavy, light truck. And what makes this all even more insane is that most of the features that make SUV drivers feel safe actually make them more dangerous. Many buyers say they wanted an SUV because you sit up high while driving them, which gives better visibility, but that's not really true. It might make it easier to see farther down the road, but it's actually harder to see stuff right in front of you. The advocacy group Kids in Cars put 17 children in front of an SUV and they couldn't see any of them from the driver's seat. Since the introduction of SUVs, there has been a
that
increase
clip right there got me to look at my car. I'm like, wow.
A person, usually a child, getting run over by an SUV by a driver who can't even see them. Kids and Cars have been documenting the rise of frontovers in America, and the results are shocking. But before we move on, I want you to look at this chart and understand what you're seeing. This is saying that over a 10-year period, over 500 American children were killed by being run over by SUVs, usually by their own parents in their own driveways.
Holy!
This is insane. This is legitimately insane. In any civilized society, this information alone would be enough to regulate the hood design of SUVs and light trucks. But instead, the industry solution for this is proximity sensors and front-facing cameras, because car companies are happy for any regulations that means they can sell you more stuff. Now, I personally believe that drivers should be looking at the road and not a screen inside their SUV, but hey, what do I know? I'm just a weirdo who objects to children being run over by trucks. If you agree with me, then you can sign the Consumer Reports petition, linked in the description. Light trucks are usually four-wheel drive as well, which is pitched as another safety feature. Four-wheel drive is great for accelerating in slippery conditions like mud, but what four-wheel drive doesn't do is help you slow down. That means overconfident SUV drivers can go as fast as they want in bad conditions, as long as they're not planning on stopping. Maybe that's fine in a rural setting, but these man yachts are all over American cities. I once drove across Texas in the middle of a once-in-a-decade snowstorm, and there was literally a light truck in the ditch every few miles while my rear-wheel drive Oldsmobile pushed through without any issues. Though part of this is because SUV owners are more likely to be bad drivers. That's not just my opinion. Car companies paid millions of dollars for market research to find this out. People who gravitate toward SUVs tend to be less confident in their driving abilities and rely on the large size of the vehicle to keep them quote-unquote safe, at the expense of everyone else. What made this even worse is that in the early days, most SUV buyers were assholes. I'm not being flippant and suggesting that all SUV drivers were assholes, but assholes were literally the primary target market when automakers wanted to make SUVs mainstream. Auto industry research determined that the average light truck purchaser was obsessed with status, less likely to volunteer or feel a strong connection to their communities, less giving, less oriented toward others, more afraid of crime, more likely to text and drive, more likely to take risks while driving,
obsessed with status, more afraid of
stuff like this looks cool. What the? 10 years ago, a baby-faced Mark Rober put plastic animals on the side of the road to see which ones were most likely to get hit. He found that some drivers would purposefully swerve to run over the animals. And 89% of those people who tried to murder animals were driving SUVs.
Bruh.
Yep, the market research is correct. These people are assholes. But you know what SUV drivers are typically not? Outdoorsy. SUVs are marketed for going off-road, towing a boat, or for going camping.
I swear, I never see... When I ever go near camping spots, I never see trucks. I never see anything like that. All I see is just wagons. You know, the better form of going outside. I don't know.
Percent of light truck owners tow something once a year or less, and 70% go off-road once a year or less. In fact, the vast majority of SUVs are driven in cities and will never go off-road. They are just used for everyday tasks, like commuting and...
Or it's so annoying to be stuck behind an SUV, and it's just in the freaking way!
The most outdoorsy people I've met, those who regularly go hiking or camping, drive something like a Subaru Outback wagon, because they're actual adventurous people, not just a bunch of posers.
Subaru Outbacks.
And Americans seem to think you need some giant...
What did he say?
Well, I guess they go off-road when the driver is texting and plows into a building or something. The most outdoorsy people I've met, those who regularly go hiking or camping, drive something like a Subaru Outback wagon because they're actual adventurous people, not just...
He's actually not wrong.
SUVs.
Dude, so many people bully Subarus, but dude, you gotta see these things. I went to San Francisco, yeah, I said it right. I don't want to sound like an idiot on stream. I cannot pronounce anything. But anyway, I'm not joking. The amount of just old-ass Subarus that were just sitting there was actually very interesting. I didn't even know. I mean, their claim of like, oh, 90% of our vehicles are still on the road, I definitely believe that. Because they do have a lot of vehicles on the road, even after a certain amount of time.
Americans seem to
And they're really reliable too. And the new ones have turbos.
Regular cars with trailers in Europe. And the Dutch in particular are famous for vacationing with their caravans pulled by normal cars. Though this recent example was extreme even by Dutch standards. And the reactions to this video will be extremely predictable. People will inevitably claim that these SUVs and pickup drivers need that space for all the stuff they're hauling. That somehow SUVs and pickup trucks went from niche rural vehicles to literally the most popular vehicles on the road because of some magical demographic shift that turned every American suburbanite into this guy. Wait, why does he have 6 fingers?
AI generated. You wanna know how, if you actually don't know, you can actually look at the fingers or like text of AI pictures and see if it's like off. Usually the ones that are off will be AI. Like AI just really does not do good with fingers or something. I don't know why. Anyway.
And obviously that's fine and I don't care. But we're talking well as I do, that the vast majority of drivers in these light trucks are carrying exactly 2 things. Their briefcase and their fat ass, and most people don't know.
No, I was too afraid to make that joke. I always make a joke like, what are you carrying in there? Do you need to carry your fat you know what I mean? Like, dude, the trucks. And I'm sorry, I don't want to be this person, but trucks, people that drive trucks seem to be the most annoying people to encounter on the road. They'll straight up beam your ass. Like, I'm not kidding you, I was speeding, I'm gonna admit it. I was going 79 in the fast lane, and this truck was just tailgating me. Like, I'm going 79! And you're tailgating me! Like, keep in mind, 9 over the limit. I shouldn't have been doing that, right? But I was going 79! Like, the guy was tailgating me. I don't get it. I don't get how people drive like that.
Anymore. This is particularly true with so-called luxury SUVs. We all know these aren't hauling shit, right? And the Mercedes G-Wagon has to be the absolute dumbest luxury vehicle ever made. I can just imagine the conference room at Mercedes when these were designed.
How ugly, uncomfortable, and inefficient can we make this thing and still have these rich Volltrottel buy it?
We can't just ignore this and say it's personal choice, because SUVs are a huge problem for cities. Oversized SUVs take up more space and make congestion worse. Longer vehicles mean fewer cars get through a light, which means more people gunning it to get through a yellow or red and subsequently slamming into more people trying to cross the street. And parking, which is already disastrous in cities, is even worse because of SUVs, which take up more space at the curb.
And you know what the annoying part about this issue is that, like, it is an issue, no matter if you want to see it or not. But then you'll have people like, oh, you're gonna hate on me? Are you like a leftist scum? Oh my god. You're probably a leftist pig, and you hate you hate. It's like, dude, don't leave politics out of it. We're not talking politically. We're talking like as in terms of resourcefulness. We're talking in terms of resource consumption, it's not an efficient vehicle, okay? Now, I apologize if you can't take criticism on your vehicle's choices, but just deal with it.
London, that's real London, is having problems with street parking because SUVs are getting longer so fewer parked vehicles can fit on the street. Hell, even in fake London, these stupid things don't even fit in the giant parking spaces. So new parking spots in new developments are being made bigger, which means bigger parking lots and even more paved surfaces in our cities. And you'll often find light trucks parked in driveways because they don't fit in a typical garage. SUVs are wider, too. Look at how much less space a cyclist has in a world full of light trucks.
I think let's go. In my opinion, dude, you need to make a bingo from me saying, what's it called? Like, all that stuff. Anyway, in my opinion, I think like small SUVs, like mini SUVs, like the super like cross trek and all that stuff, they're pretty good. Like the Outback is pretty good. Like the turbocharged Outback Wilderness, pretty good car. It's like 27 to the gallon on average, and that car can gun it, and it can carry 3,500 pounds plus of weight, and it's a very comfortable SUV for like what, 40 grand, which is not that bad comparing to other vehicles.
And the cyclist can't.
I'm sorry. How much is an Outback Wilderness? $39,000 starting price, like 40 grand starting price. That's pretty good. Like a person who's working really hard could definitely save up for that. I'm not saying, oh, it's the cheapest car. It's not the cheapest car, but it's not like an $80,000 luxury SUV that gets 2 to the gallon.
Be seen over the roof of the truck either. These vehicles make the streets more dangerous for everyone outside of a car and put even more pressure on already crowded city streets. Of course, SUVs don't just hit people in bike lanes or crosswalks. Their off-road capability means it's easier for them to jump the curb and hit people on the sidewalk where they're supposed to be safe. It's very likely that more SUVs on the road is a significant factor in the recent increase in pedestrian deaths in the USA, a trend that's not being seen in countries with sane vehicle sizes. And SUVs aren't just killing the people they run into, they're also doing it through pollution. The auto industry specifically promoted SUVs to avoid CAFE emission standards. It's so bad that SUVs are the second...
You know what? As a Canadian, I have to ask you, do you have like a bunch of big-ass pickup trucks in your country? I gotta know. If you've never heard of a pickup truck, dude, you're so lucky. Let me tell you, imagine you're driving on the road, you're on a right lane, and there's no one else on the road, and some truck goes right behind you, and just, hold on, give me a second. I have to get the immersion in here. Where's the light? Okay, imagine this. A truck just goes behind you, and just goes behind it, and just flashes. Oh, sorry, I'm not gonna do that in case someone has epilepsy and watches the stream one day. But imagine just flashes you. You know, you're going 5-10 miles over the speed limit. They're just right up on you. And, I can't. They're so annoying. And not all pickup truck drivers here, but like a majority of them, they'll basically just like get right behind you even though you're going like 10 miles over speed limit. They'll bright you and just completely harass you until you pass. I'm talking like, you know, like the F-150s, your Rams and stuff. You know what I mean? But like, Americans are obsessed with like these giant trucks, and they're so goofy. Especially like Illinois, where I live, they have these like jacked up trucks. They're not mean in your country, dude. Man, Canadian W right there. I gotta move there. But like, dude, like they'll always get behind you, or a lot of them will. Not all of them, but like this guy was going right behind me on what we call Highway 24, and basically you can go 60. If you go anything over 60, you will get arrested because there's a bunch of cops on US Highway 24. Now, this idiot, I had my cousin in my car, he was going right behind me, and I was going like 60, which is, by the way, that's 5 over the speed limit, which is acceptable on this highway. And this guy he will not like stop tailgating. Basically, like he gets close to the back of my car, so I tap my brake and I can see him go like that at his face. There's always some older dude.
The largest factor in the rise in emissions from 2010 to 2018. And if SUVs were a country, they would rank 7th in the world for carbon emissions, which is more than the Netherlands and UK combined. Okay, I really don't want to think about the Netherlands and the UK combined. SUV apologists like to point out that modern SUVs are more fuel efficient than early models. But that comes from overall improvements in technology thanks to advancements in materials and manufacturing. But a big, heavy SUV is always going to use more fuel and have higher emissions than the same technology applied to a lighter car. This is just basic physics. It takes more work to move something heavier. This is going to cause a huge problem with the necessary transition to electric vehicles too. Because the heavier the vehicle, the more batteries are required to move it, and the bigger and heavier those batteries need to be. For the electric Hummer, the batteries alone weigh more than an entire typical European car.
Are you
joking? A few years ago, I made a video about the adoption of electric microcars here in the Netherlands. And I often see light electric trucks like these on the streets as well. But the gut reaction from many North Americans is to call these death machines. But why? It's because North Americans have been conditioned to believe that you need a large, heavy vehicle in order to be safe on the roads. We should be moving to lighter electric vehicles that require smaller batteries with better range, lower cost, and fewer resources needed to make them, but we're going in exactly the opposite direction, where even the smallest Tesla has a curb weight of over 1,600 kilograms, significantly more than a similarly sized Toyota Yaris sedan. And okay, I gotta say, what the hell is up with the sport in sport utility vehicle? Are we really that stupid? There is absolutely nothing sporty about any of this.
I don't get it. I will say, even with my vehicle, like sports. Actually, wait, it is kind of sporty.
In this video, I've likely pissed off every truck owner, and they're furiously writing long, angry comments about how they absolutely require an SUV for whatever reason. So let's say you live somewhere car dependent. You have 2.3 kids, routinely need to stop by Home Depot, and you want to head out into the wilderness more than once a decade. Well, I've got good news, because I've got the perfect vehicle for you. A station wagon. The thing that literally every family used before auto manufacturers convinced people to buy the light trucks that made them more money. That's an estate car for all you Brits out there. Station wagons are more useful than SUVs for almost everyone in a city. They're easier to get in and out of, they're more maneuverable, and much easier to park in cities where, again, almost all SUV driving takes place. SUVs are built to be cool and curvy so that aging Gen Xers can pretend they never became parents, but this means that the actual usable space inside is shockingly low. The monstrously large Cadillac Escalade has 25.5 cubic feet of carrying space behind the last row of seats, which is less than something like a Subaru Outback or Audi A6 all-road.
Wait, what's a Subaru Outback compared to that thing?
Escalade has 25.5 cubic feet of carrying space behind the last row of seats, which is less than something like a Subaru.
That's an Outback? Dude! That's a... Holy... That's an Outback compared to that thing? Dude, that Outback is so much more efficient, too.
Back or Audi A6 all-road, both of which have over 30. But the numbers are deceiving because the fancy design means the usable space in an Escalade is surprisingly small. Of course, you can take out the rear seats of an Escalade, but you can fold down the seats of a station wagon too. SUVs hold much less than you'd think because so much space is wasted by fancy styling, unnecessarily high ground clearance, car-smashing bumpers, and pedestrian-killing hoods. And of course, I'm not saying that you can't carry stuff in an Escalade, only that you don't need an Escalade to carry stuff. Have you ever tried to move a bunch of stuff with a station wagon? I have many times. It's a wide-open rectangular cuboid of spacious goodness. A station wagon is a superior vehicle for families. More storage space, better fuel efficiency, and plenty of room for kids. Which is why they're still very common in Europe. The reason you don't see station wagons in the US anymore is because automakers could make more money convincing Jennifer, Mike, Dave, Amy, and Kimberly that station wagons were uncool, because apparently this is cool. And if you really need a lot of space or extra seating on a regular basis, a minivan beats an SUV every time. I've seen this myself when we once booked a large taxi to the airport and they sent a Suburban. Our luggage wouldn't even fit in the back and we had to put some of it on our laps. But when we got to our destination, our taxi was a minivan and everything fit comfortably in the back. A minivan will hold more stuff, and it's easier for passengers to get in and out of too because the doors are bigger and it's lower to the ground. But after a few decades, Americans are getting bored of SUVs, so automakers are trying to promote pickup trucks as the new family vehicle, which is even more ridiculous. At least SUVs had a cover over your cargo. Of course, Ford knows this is ridiculous too. While they were promoting the F-150 pickup to Americans as the perfect family vehicle, they used the exact same marketing language to market the 7-seat S-Max to Europeans, because European regulations make it harder to profit from upselling people to light trucks. Let's be really clear here. American automakers are not promoting SUVs and pickup trucks because they're practical. They do it because it makes them more money. It's very apparent in Europe that actual tradespeople, the people who actually need a vehicle with lots of space on a regular basis, almost universally choose vans. A typical European van will easily carry more than a pickup truck and certainly more than an SUV, and the lower bed is easier to load too. I really struggle to understand how a DHL delivery driver can do his job with a Kangoo van, but a middle-aged suburbanite thinks they need a Chevy Silverado to buy groceries. To be fair, these vans can get quite big, but that space is used to make it efficiently carry lots of stuff. And they still have a design that is safer in a crash and gives the driver good visibility, proving that it is possible to provide all the goods and services a city needs without needlessly murdering people. One of these vehicles is designed to efficiently carry lots of useful stuff, while the other is designed to carry fragile egos. And I'm not even going to go into the fact that so many professionals here in the Netherlands, whether they're a handyman or doing package delivery, can do their job just fine using cargo bikes. A pickup truck is mostly useful if you're loading heavy, dirty items into the bed, like on a farm or construction sites. So outside of the US, that's usually the only place you'll find them. For almost any other use case, for moving people or cargo, a van or minivan is a better option. And the thing that frustrates me the most about all this is that when city advocates complain about the insane growth in oversized trucks in our cities, a bunch of people come out of the woodwork claiming that those drivers really need that cargo space. But consider that the Ford F-150 was the single most popular vehicle sold in America in 2022. Literally #1. Yet 40 years ago, in 1982, the #1 vehicle was the Ford Escort. Are you seriously telling me the cargo hauling behavior of Americans has changed that much in 40 years? Are you really proposing that all of these empty pickup trucks you see all over the US and Canada with pristine shiny tailgates are just extremely careful construction workers that just happen to be between loads? Or is it the much more likely explanation that these people have been upsold on these vehicles by automakers looking to skirt regulations to make higher profits? In fact, these pickup trucks have become heavier and less practical over the past 40 years. This Axios article is a great read, link in the description, but the best part is this graphic showing how the size of the truck bed has changed over the years. These are clearly morphing from practical farm vehicles into status symbols for insecure suburbanites with a cargo fetish. And to be perfectly blunt, it's pretty insulting to our intelligence to suggest that all these new pickup trucks are really needed for hauling. But as extended cab pickups become the new suburban assault vehicles to whine moms everywhere, there's been a surge in interest in older pickup models as actual contractors seek vehicles that are more practical. They're easier to load because they're lower to the ground, easier to maneuver and park at job sites, and the size of the bed is usually larger too. You can still order a new pickup with a longer bed, but they're a special order that can take months to arrive. Well, you can drive an extended cab pickup off the lot today. The only guy who shows up on the job site in the shiny new F-150 Raptor Super Crew is the owner's son who's cosplaying as a blue-collar laborer. So SUVs and light trucks are oversized impractical vehicles which were heavily marketed to impressionable people because they make more money for automakers by skirting regulations. And while the average SUV buyer in the early 2000s was likely a sociopath and or easily manipulated by marketing, nowadays, it's not so clear. American automakers have literally turned off the production of station wagons, sedans, and smaller vehicles to focus almost exclusively on the more lucrative market for light trucks. People argue that consumers prefer SUVs and automakers are just responding to demand, but that demand is coming off the back of billions of dollars in advertising and marketing push because SUVs are artificially cheaper than they should be thanks to the light truck exemption. And as the road safety arm race makes vehicles bigger, people are rationally concerned about their safety and gravitate toward larger vehicles to protect themselves. So a new class of vehicle reacting into the crossover, which is an SUV built on a car frame instead of a truck frame. But fundamentally, these are just cars that are bigger than they need to be. Cars with more ground clearance than is necessary. Cars with a higher bumper than is safe. Cars with lower fuel economy than if they were lighter. But they're popular because people are rightfully scared about sharing the road with giant SUVs and pickup trucks. So I can't really blame Americans for wanting to buy SUVs and crossovers today. I would probably do the same thing if I were forced to live somewhere like this. Of course, the most vulnerable people are those who can't participate in the arms race. Everyone who's not in a car. So what are we going to do about it? The first solution is to close the light truck loophole that allows these ridiculous vehicles on the road in the first place. Light trucks should be required to meet all the same safety. They need to be safer in crashes, lighter, and have much better fuel economy. Unfortunately, the recent changes to the CAFE standards in 2021 still have the light truck exemption in place. And even some crossovers like the Honda CR-V and Toyota RAV4 can be put in the light truck category, depending on how they're configured. The US could also remove the import restrictions and duties on light trucks that are still around today. They're the reason why you won't see smaller, more practical, foreign-built trucks like these in American cities. And you won't see these small electric trucks coming to market there either. What's also desperately needed for all vehicles is for pedestrian crash tests and crash compatibility to have a more prominent role in determining safety ratings. And now that light trucks are mainstream vehicles, they should be tested for safety and fuel efficiency the exact same way that other vehicles are. For example, in the US, the frontal crash tests done by the NHTSA are only done with vehicles in the same weight class. Why do we accept this? It's not like SUVs have their own class of roads. All vehicles share the same roads, so they should all be crash compatible with one another. I'd like to see different classes of vehicles tested against each other and to dock points if a vehicle causes significant damage to vehicles of another class. Cities in particular should be doing a lot more to regulate SUVs. They go against every goal that cities have: to reduce the effects of climate change, to reduce pedestrian deaths, to reduce traffic, to maintain roads, and to make best use of the limited space available. Cities should tax vehicles by weight and limit vehicles with bumpers that are too high, or require commercial driver's licenses to operate them. Parking permits for longer vehicles should be more expensive to compensate for the lost space. licensing and insuring SUVs should be more expensive too. And since a big part of road safety is the kinetic energy of the crash, which comes from mass and velocity, then if the weight keeps increasing, we should be decreasing the speed. In other words, cities can and should be lowering speed limits in response to heavier vehicles. These are all great ideas, but right now, cities are doing basically nothing to stop the spread of SUVs and pickup trucks. Here in the Netherlands, cars are taxed more depending on their weight, but the increase is minimal. And North American cities are doing even less. Washington, D.C. will introduce a higher vehicle registration fee for heavier vehicles, but this only applies to the absolute highest weight class of over 6,000 pounds. So with effectively nothing being done to slow the adoption of heavier vehicles, some people are taking matters into their own hands. A group calling themselves the Tire Extinguishers have started deflating the tires of SUVs in Europe.
It's unclear whether this is a crime.
Their stated goal is to make it impossible to own an SUV in the city. Now, obviously, this is really extreme behavior, but let's be clear. This group only exists because of the complete and utter regulatory silence that has come from city and federal governments when it comes to curbing the problems caused by SUVs in cities. And even if the US is too far gone, European cities need to deal with this issue immediately. SUVs and crossovers now account for 40% of all vehicles sold in the EU, a 900% increase since 2001. I don't think Europeans realize how bad this can get. I hear people justifiably complaining about the infestation of giant Land Rovers in European cities. But look at how small this Range Rover looks next to a full-sized American SUV. Europe needs to get ahead of SUVs and pickup trucks now before more Europeans end up under them. Fundamentally, SUVs are a plague on cities. They're impractical, dangerous, expensive, and polluting, but car manufacturers have spent billions of dollars to convince you to think otherwise. Don't fall for it. Let your local representatives know you're not okay with these suburban assault vehicles taking over our roads. Ultimately, this really is about freedom. The freedom to get around however we want. The freedom to drive a small and efficient car without worrying about the road safety arms race. Or even better, the freedom to not to have to drive. To get around by walking, cycling, and public transit without the constant threat of serious injury or death from bloated, oversized.
It stinks that somebody will politicize it and saying, "Oh, it's a leftist trying to
let's use that to
get rid of all good vehicles," and it's like, no, it's not. It's because these vehicles are literally just dangerous. They're bad.
If you've made it this far into the video without rage quitting, then you might just be ready to learn more about good urbanism. It's not about hating cars, it's about building wonderful cities that are designed for people. Though admittedly, the smaller the cars, the better. But you don't just have to take my word for it. Online urbanism has become a movement, and we're spoiled for choice when it comes to great creators these days. And did you know that many of these urbanist creators are on Nebula? The most recent addition is City Nerd, who makes weekly video essays about cities in the US and abroad. And if you like this video, you'll enjoy his video about pickup trucks in the US. You'll also find RM Transit, a Toronto-based creator who makes videos about, you guessed it, transit. As well as City Beautiful, a channel run by an actual urban planning professor in California. Watching these creators on Nebula is the best way to support their work, and you'll also get access to Nebula Plus content. Like the City Beautiful series Great Cities, about some of the greatest cities in the world, a series that's only available on Nebula. A subscription to Nebula gives you access to over 150 other creators who make videos and podcasts, all ad-free and sponsor-free. You'll also get access to Nebula Classes, which used to be a paid add-on, but is now included for free if you use the link in the description. Classes are a great way to learn from your favorite creators about something they're an expert in or something they're passionate about. My own videos are also released on Nebula first, several days ahead of their release on YouTube, and of course, without any ads. If this sounds good to you, then sign up at go.nebula.tv/notjustbikes for a discount to get all of Nebula, including classes, for as little as $30 per year. Thanks so much to Nebula for supporting this channel. I'd also like to thank my supporters on Nebula and Patreon who pay me to piss off everyone in Texas. If you'd like to support the channel, visit nebula.tv/notjustbikes or patreon.com/notjustbikes.
Stroads are ugly, expensive, dangerous. I've actually wanted to see this.
Discounts for my safe driving with Snapshot for Progressive. I even got a discount for signing up.
Great. Can we go now?
While I'm holding my phone? No, sirree.
Okay, that's funny when the commercial of Progressive, when it's the guy and he's their getaway driver and they're robbing a bank and he just allows the cops to catch up. That is funny.
At a place that's nearly impossible to cross as a pedestrian. There isn't even a sidewalk here. These are what Strongtowns refers to as stroads, which is a horrible name, and that's intentional because these are horrible places. Stroads are a street-road hybrid, and they are dangerous, expensive, and ineffective. I'll get to those issues in a moment, but first, let's talk about the difference between a street and a road, according to Strongtowns. This is a road. It is a high-speed connection between two places. Because of the high speeds involved, there are several safety features. The lanes are wide and forgiving, so that vehicles do not bump into each other. The road is as straight as possible, and when curves are necessary, they're designed to be gentle, making it easy to drive along. The area next to the road, called the clear zone, is free of any obstacles that could be hit, just in case a vehicle runs off the road. The signs are very large, designed to be read from a distance and at high speeds. And entrances and exits are few and far between because the road is designed to keep vehicles at a high speed for as long as possible, to minimize travel times. Roads are important, we need roads, though I personally prefer my roads to have rails. This is a street. It is a complex environment where life in the city happens. Buildings are placed right next to the sidewalk to be easily accessible by people walking, and it gives a sense of space, almost like an outdoor room. This is a place that feels comfortable to be in, so you find people here. There are many entrances and exits to and from the street, and there may also be street parking for vehicles and deliveries. This is an environment meant for slow speeds because this is a destination, not a thoroughfare. High-speed traffic is not compatible with lots of human activity, so vehicle speeds are reduced. Everything on the street is at a human scale. It's designed to be inviting, encouraging people to walk, to window shop, or to just sit and watch the world go by. The street is designed to get the most value out of the space available. Streets are very important, and we definitely need streets. A stroad, on the other hand, is neither of these things. Just like how a futon converts from a terrible uncomfortable couch to a terrible uncomfortable bed, the stroad is the futon of transportation. It is a street that is designed like a road, and in doing so, it fails at being good at either one. The stroad fails at being a street. There are many driveways to businesses and homes, like you'd find on a street, but mixed with multiple highway-sized lanes. This mixes high speeds with many points of conflict. Watch out for this white car turning, and this cyclist. Are there any cars coming out of these driveways? Unlike a street, stroads are hostile to people outside of a car. There are lots of motor vehicles and speeds are high, so walking or cycling feels uncomfortable and dangerous. There are long distances between places, and there are often large parking lots that need to be crossed before getting anywhere. And it's basically impossible to cross the stroad except by walking to a traffic signal and waiting. The signs are large and meant to be read while driving, which feels really out of scale if you're walking there. And often trees have been removed from the clear zone, making the environment even more uninviting if you're not in a car. Somehow, though, painted bicycle gutters are still okay in the clear zone. Traffic engineers are concerned about drivers hitting a tree. Hitting a cyclist is expected. This is clearly a place for cars, so it's unsurprising that pretty much everyone drives here. Trust me, it sucks to walk down this road. But these environments are ugly anyway. Nobody cares about these places and nobody wants to spend any time here. Cities in the US and Canada are covered in terrible non-places like this. Places you go because you have to, not because you want to. Nobody actually sits and watches the world go by on this bench. But the stroad fails at being a road too. The lanes are wide and there are a lot of them.
Ooh,
You're
sit down, just don't move.
But you can't actually get anywhere quickly like you can with a road. There are cars constantly changing.
Okay, TA City. Okay, can I actually say something that's very interesting? My biggest complaint with driving... Okay, I'm on the spectrum, okay? So people on the autism spectrum, like, we take in the entire world at once. What really pisses me off is when I'm going down a city road, and it's just advertisement, flashy billboard, lights everywhere. Like that's cool. But, like, when it's there's so many ads everywhere, it's like, dude, where do you begin? It's terrible. I can't focus.
And going in and out of the Strode, slowing down traffic and introducing many points of conflict that require drivers.
I don't understand Strodes.
Traffic volumes can be quite high on Strodes because there are no viable alternatives to driving. Distances are too far to walk and it's too unsafe to cycle. And since public transit gets stuck in traffic anyway, only the poor and the desperate will take the bus. So everyone drives. But because there are so many crossroads, entrances, and exits to the Strode, traffic lights are required, meaning drivers are constantly stopping at red lights. And because
fine, I'll give bicyclists lanes.
Leading to traffic signal-induced congestion. Nobody is getting anywhere quickly on a Strode.
The taste you love is now available and gluten-free.
I cannot take Strodes.
All of these elements make Strodes unsafe as well, and the majority of fatal crashes within cities happen on Strodes. They are especially dangerous to people walking and cycling. The wide and straight design of highways were designed that way to make them safe for high-speed traffic. But the Strode to hell is paved with good intentions. On a Strode, these wide highway-like designs encourage drivers to drive quickly. But combining that with traffic turning in and out of driveways and lots of four-way junctions makes this the most dangerous type of urban driving possible. This is an inherently unsafe way to design a road, and is part of the reason why the US has the most dangerous roads of any developed country. For example, during the coronavirus lockdowns in the first 9 months of 2020, car volumes in the US dropped significantly. But despite an estimated 355 billion fewer miles driven, fatal crashes per mile actually increased by up to 34%. This brings us to the sad truth, that the only reason these unsafe American Strodes aren't killing even more people regularly is because they're usually so jammed up with traffic that drivers can't get going fast enough to kill each other. And finally, Strodes are really expensive. Because Strodes are built to a highway standard, their lanes are very wide and there are never less than 4 lanes. Plus there's normally extra space for shoulders and clear zones at the side of the road too. Because Strodes try to be streets, there are many entrances and exits, so many turning lanes are required. But because of the high speeds, turning lanes are much longer than on a street, taking up even more space. And as traffic increases even more, due to traffic entering and exiting the Strode, the city will install another traffic signal for $750,000. All of this means that a Strode is much bigger than a road that would carry the same amount of traffic, and significantly larger than a street that would have the same number of businesses and houses along it. As the size of the Strode increases, there are several other costs incurred. High-speed Strodes need to be flat, so the area that needs to be graded increases. Land may need to be purchased from residents to widen the Strode and destroy their property values. By the way, do you think this girl is waiting to cross this 5-lane Strode? Flood protection infrastructure becomes much more expensive due to the impermeable surfaces. And there's a huge amount of asphalt and traffic control systems to maintain. And of course, because everyone drives, large parts of the landscape need to be dedicated to parking lots.
Yeah, like for example, there's one town called El Paso, Illinois. When you go in,
parking lots don't.
Like when you get off Interstate 39, it's just caked with tons of just signs and just ugliness around. There's just too much. Or when you're going on Veterans Parkway in Bloomington, Illinois.
A Strode environment is significantly less financially productive than a street, but with significantly more infrastructure. The result is a mix of high cost per area maintenance expenses combined with low value per acre tax revenue, which makes these Strode environments a net negative for cities. These places are literally putting American cities on the Strode to financial ruin, and they're doing it while being dangerous, ugly, and ultimately ineffective at actually moving people. The Strode fails at every metric, but it's the default setting for transportation design almost everywhere in the US and Canada. So what's the alternative? Well, Strongtowns advocates for one of two things. First, you can convert a strode into a road. This means limiting access to the strode, accessing businesses and neighborhoods from side streets. Painted bicycle gutters need to be removed because moving vehicles is the primary objective of a road. People can still walk or cycle, but these paths need to be completely separated from the flow of traffic. In this way, the strode becomes a road, a high-speed connection between two places.
Oh boy.
Yep.
Stouffer's mac
I
and
am
cheese is
so.
made with 100% real
Oh,
cheese.
I just made a
So
janky ass setup. I need to redo this.
Is to turn the strode
Don't worry, we
into
could
a
do
street.
this. We can do this.
For this, the lanes need to be narrowed and parking needs to be moved to the curb or behind buildings, and the buildings themselves need to be built closer to the street. Everything needs to be brought down to a human scale, making it inviting to people, and getting more value from the space available. This isn't a hypothetical, and we don't have to imagine what this would look like, because the Netherlands has already done it, just with 3 types of infrastructure instead of the 2 proposed by Strongtowns. You will almost never find a strode here, because in the 1990s, the Dutch adopted the concept of sustainable traffic safety. And one of the key pillars of this program was that every road and street in the Netherlands has to be classified and designated as one of the following 3 options. The first is a stroomweg, which is pretty straightforward. It is a motorway or highway. I think everyone is familiar with these, so I won't spend too much time on it, but the important thing here is that there are no traffic controls. Cars enter and exit through merge lanes, and you will never find a traffic light or roundabout on a stroomweg. Highways should also go around cities and never through cities. I'm looking at you, Cincinnati. Actually, that's not fair, because basically all American cities did this. Thankfully, the plan to do this to Amsterdam was unsuccessful. Moving one level down is the Gebiedsontsluitingsweg, the distributor road. These are the connectors between highways and streets. There may be entrances and exits to other streets and roads, but driveways to houses or businesses are avoided as much as possible. And if traffic controls are necessary, then roundabouts are preferred, unless traffic volumes require a traffic light. I'm going to refer to these as roads. Finally, there's the Erftoegangsweg, the neighborhood access street. These are the end destinations for journeys, the places where people live, work, shop, relax, and so on. I'm going to refer to these as streets. Streets are designed to be low speed with a speed limit of no more than 30 kilometers per hour, and they almost never have more than 1 motor vehicle lane per direction. In many cases, vehicle speeds are slow enough that separated bicycle infrastructure is not required, though bicycle paths may still be used to purposefully narrow the street, constraining the space available for motor vehicles. The street network is designed to discourage through traffic by cars, either through traffic calming or by explicitly blocking cars while still allowing
What the
walkers
hell?
and public transit to take the most direct route. I've talked about this before in my invisible infrastructure video, where I show a typical trip by bicycle through the street network compared to the very different route by road that is taken when driving. Once you learn about these 3 types of road in the Netherlands, what I'm unofficially calling highways, roads, and streets, it's really interesting to drive around and see which type you're on. This is a street. This is a road. This is a street. This is a road. This is a road with streets on either side to access houses. Since this is a relatively recent concept, only implemented about 30 years ago, the best place to see this in action is in newer developments. Here we are driving on a road outside the town of Nieuwhuizen. This road is designed to move vehicles, so there is no direct access to adjacent properties. The homes and businesses are accessed by streets on the right and left side, and the road is mostly accessed by roundabout. As we exit the roundabout into this industrial park, the road turns into a street, where cars and trucks can access the warehouses and industrial facilities safely and efficiently without disrupting traffic on the road. It's also...
At Merrick, food is our love language because food is your love language too. Merrick, real is our recipe.
It's also very interesting to see where one type turns into another. This is clearly a street, a residential street in Amsterdam. There is parking on either side, and there are many side streets branching off. There are no traffic lights or stop signs. Speeds are low here, so intersections are unmarked, and you give priority to any vehicle coming from the right. I've talked about this before in my video about stop signs. This street has a brick road surface, speed bumps, and other traffic calming measures to slow down traffic. The speed limit is 30 kilometers an hour, and bicycle and motor vehicle traffic is mixed. And here is where this street becomes a road. The bicycle path becomes totally separated from motor vehicle traffic. There's no more street parking. The road surface is made of smooth asphalt, and there's a median separating the traffic lanes. There are buildings on either side, but crucially, they cannot be accessed by this road, because turning traffic would be inefficient and unsafe. As we travel down this road a little farther, we can see here it turns back into a street. Here's another example in the suburb of Amstelveen. The right-of-way is about 22 meters, which in the US or Canada would be at least a 4-lane road with center turning lane. But despite the space available, there's only one lane of motor vehicle traffic in each direction here, and the lanes are narrow, which encourages drivers to drive slower. Single-lane roads are much safer because cars changing lanes introduces points of conflict between vehicles, and they are easier for pedestrians to cross. This also frees up space on both sides for car parking, a bicycle path, and a sidewalk. There are multiple other streets intersecting with this one, bringing traffic in and out of the street. A few meters along, this street starts to turn into a road. Here you can see that access to the houses and parking on the right-hand side are provided by a small side street running parallel to the road, so that through traffic does not compete with drivers going in and out of parking spaces. Travel along this road a little farther, and the street has completely turned into a road. There is a stoplight, multiple lanes of motor vehicle traffic, and an entrance to a highway. The bicycle path is two-way and isolated completely from the road. A little farther along, this road becomes quite interesting. Here, there are several houses, but instead of being accessed directly, as they would be on a strode, they're accessible by a two-way side street, which was made purposefully narrow to slow down drivers. This also provides a safe alternative for people cycling. The road itself is only 2 lanes for car traffic, with turning lanes when necessary. One lane has been reserved as a bus lane, and there is a 2-way cycling path as well. It's also interesting to note that because dedicated bus lanes and bicycle paths are much more efficient at moving people than car lanes, this road configuration can actually transport more people than a typical strode. The Netherlands didn't change this overnight, and this transition to roads and streets is not totally complete. There are still some streets here that carry too much through traffic, for example, but at least they're usually only 2 lanes wide. This change has happened slowly, with street and road redesigns spread out over the past 30 years. The first step, though, was identifying that there was a problem with road safety and road productivity, and changing the design standards to match. It's time to face the fact that designing stroads as both a high-speed thoroughfare and a destination simply doesn't work. Stroads are dangerous and expensive, they destroy walkability, they make cycling dangerous and infeasible, and they don't work for drivers either. The US and Canada need to rethink the traffic engineering manuals that define urban spaces and start building productive streets and efficient roads. Then they can get on the road to recovery and benefit from fewer traffic deaths, more viable alternatives to driving, less traffic, and more financially productive cities. It's the end of the road for stroads. Good riddance. I'd like to thank my supporters on Patreon who pay me to get this show on the strode. If you'd like to support the channel and get access to bonus videos, visit patreon.com/notjustbikes.
More lanes are still a bad idea.
How's the chicken? If the prawns are delicious. Oh, I have a shellfish allergy. 1 prawn, very good. Did I say chicken?
We see it all the time. Another road widening project. But this time, they've promised to get us moving. But this time, congestion will be solved. But then, it isn't. It never is. This shouldn't be a surprise to anyone, because planners have known since at least the 1930s that more lanes do not solve traffic. In fact, they actually create more traffic. So
Exactly.
I wonder, do I even need to make this video? I mean, there are already lots of research papers, articles, and videos about all of this all over the internet. Some by people much more educated on this topic than me, but apparently yes I do, because cities are still spending billions on road widening and highway expansions promising to reduce traffic congestion despite decades of evidence that it doesn't work. Plus, a recent increase in online urbanist content lately has induced the demand for more videos, and if this video helps more people understand the concept, then it will be worth it. Let's talk about induced demand.
City Skylines.
Filled up with traffic,
I'm watching
seems
Not Just Bikes.
Make it bigger. Then there's more space for all the cars. Intuitively, that makes sense. I mean, if your water pipe is overflowing, make it bigger. Problem solved. But, and I know this is going to come as a shock to some of you, cars are not made of water. Well, except this one, I guess. More importantly, cars are driven by people. People who make different decisions based on their environment.
Not Just Bikes.
Available to them. Transportation is important. People will literally choose where to live, where to work, where to shop, and where to send their kids to school based on how easy it is to get there. And conversely, the transportation network itself...
Alright, okay. So basically, we need to, this is gonna be annoying, isn't it? Are you friends with that guy? Too bad it's not that, that smaller. The classic clover leaf. I love you, but you are inefficient. Come on. Dude, you know what? You know how you build Illinois Simulator? Yeah. You know how you build Illinois Simulator? You have to take a bunch of these tolls, you have to stack them, right? That's how you make Illinois Simulator. Do you know what a toll is? I don't know, but I'd say if you don't know what a toll is, consider yourself lucky. I don't know. But if you want to do Illinois Simulator, you basically spam those. My dad has had so much trouble from tolls. I'm not joking. Like, basically what they'll say is that, oh, like how his truck works because it's a non-profit, like they're like, okay, you don't need to pay, and then all of a sudden, we don't pay because they didn't tell us to pay our toll. No, he doesn't. But then all of a sudden, Illinois basically says, oh, you need to pay your toll. It's like, you told us not to pay it. Why are you complaining that we gotta pay it when you literally told us not to? Like, my guy, are you okay? And dude, tolls, they won't pay us. They don't even tell us that we have to pay them. And you know what? Here's where it gets a little bit more scummy, right? They won't tell us for a few days. They won't tell us for 2 months, right? That we have to pay our toll. And if you don't pay your toll, you basically it ramps up and you keep having to pay more money. For example, if I fail to pay my toll after hold on. Hold on. Alright, but let's say I have to pay like $5 for my toll. If I'm late, I might have to pay $5 plus like a late fee of like $10 or so. And that's why Illinoisans find tolls to be very annoying. The service is very corrupt. I don't even see an improvement of our roads. Our roads are terrible here. With potholes, anxious and hungry enough to eat all of your axle. Yeah, I am. Illinois roads are a mess. They suck. They're trash. They're absolute trash. Illinois roads and how tolls work. Because if you don't know, as if you didn't hear what I said, Illinois has this thing called the toll. And, well, what it is that, again, it's just like this game, you know? You go through, you pay your toll, they use the money for the road. Yes, unfortunately, I live in Illinois. And for people that say, oh, like, oh, I'm jealous I live in Illinois. No. You don't need to be jealous of me if I live in Illinois. Please, don't. There's a lot of states better than Illinois. I don't say California is better than Illinois. I mean, California's laws suck, but at least you have a beautiful landscape to look out at. Like, Illinois is just kind of boring. Except for tornadoes. Tornadoes are pretty cool. But usually they're like little weak nipples out in the middle of the field that do like nothing. I'm not saying I want tornadoes to like destroy everything, you know, and like kill people. I don't want that to happen. But it's like, dude, these like the tornadoes, like they never occur where I want them to occur. I just want to watch a tornado out in the middle. I just want to watch a tornado out in the middle of a field, destroy nothing, just a nice little EF0. That's not rain-wrapped. That's not garbage at all. Oh, Illinois is home to like the most notorious tornado, tri-state tornado of 1925. That tornado killed like 695 people and injured 2,027. I like tornadoes a little bit more because like tornadoes are like, you know, individuals, right? But like hurricanes are pretty cool. I'm more more practiced on tornadoes than I am on hurricanes. I know a lot more about tornadoes and hurricanes. I will say, hurricanes, they definitely are strongest storm on Earth. And speaking of tornadoes, hurricanes can and usually will spawn tornadoes under them. Although I think these tornadoes are actually pretty weak, though. Oh yeah, you know what? Should I even show you this picture? It's terrifying. Have you ever seen Hurricane Matthew? Well, something very weird happened with Hurricane Matthew. Hurricane Matthew, before it would produce Category 5 winds and destroy a lot of Haiti, would make a creepy-ass skull on radar. Okay, where is it? Matthew Skull. This is the... Okay. There's a lot of creepy pictures of meteorology, but this has to be one of the top creepiest hurricane pictures I've seen. Okay, this is just unsettling as shit. This was radar. And this was radar of, like, cloud height. So basically, like, how high the clouds was. And when the meteorologists looked of right when it was about to produce its strongest damage, they saw that. Look at the goddamn thing. That, look. It's if there's ever demons ever exist in this world, that's a demon from hell. You cannot tell me. But that is the creepiest hurricane footage, in my opinion. Creepiest tornado footage is the dead man walking. This is the dead man walking. You can actually see its legs. It looks like a scythe. This tornado, right after this picture was taken, that tornado would go into a neighborhood and sit there for 2 minutes and destroy an entire neighborhood. Like, literally, cows were skinned to the bone. That's how scary this tornado was. It was ruthless. It was an F5, if you're gonna ask. I mean, if a tornado can skin a cow to the bone, can you imagine what it would do to a person? You wouldn't even stand a freaking chance. Not one. Dude. But if you think that's bad, wait till you hear about Typhoon Tip. Typhoon Tip is regarded today as the world's largest frickin' hurricane. This thing was so damn big, it's roughly the size from Dallas, Texas to New York City. This was a big boy. Over 1,200 miles wide. A massive Category 5 hurricane. But you know what? I'm going to help you out a lot. I don't even know how we're going to get resources. I'll help you out a lot. I think this year and the next 2 years are going to be very bad. Or if not, I actually revert on that. I think people like you who live in hurricane areas, you need to look the hell out for the next like 3 years, because we are in the midst of what we call El Nino season. El Nino season is basically when the Gulf of Mexico gets hotter, and well, you know what happens when that happens. What am I talking about? El Nino season? Well, basically, right now the Gulf of Mexico will become much hotter than it should really be. And because of this, well, we're going to get more severe weather. Hot air serves as fuel for weather like this. So definitely, I would definitely recommend watching out, because it could get bad this year. Our country, United States, we've been slammed with tornadoes more often. Yeah, your messages will be delayed. I'm sorry. That's just simple stream health. Oh, well, hurricanes and tornadoes feed off of heat. Look at it. Look at a hurricane. The moment it goes over land, the eye will immediately dissipate and it will try to die out because hurricanes need hot air to form. And guess what? The Gulf of Mexico, lots of water, provides the hurricane moisture. Also, Gulf of Mexico is close to the equator. And if you start lining up the dots, you'll realize that this hot air and moisture act as fuel for these violent Atlantic hurricanes. So, this season, we are in the El Nino season. We're going to have a hotter atmosphere than what we need to actually have. And this is going to cause problems. And it already has. Like, a giant tornado is confirmed in this one town in Iowa. I saw on radar, it prompted what we call tornado emergency, which is a rare emergency, usually only declared probably like 20 times to 30 times a year. And that basically means they found a tornado and it's in a high dense area and it's going to cause some problems. Okay. Look at that. If this is not smart, I don't know what it is. See, look. I'm borrowing this idea off of a city known as Seattle. I don't know why I say it like that. But yeah, I think 99% of people know what Seattle is. A lot of the city in that area, they have these like interstates. They run underneath the city, and I thought like that's a good idea. These are my highways. They're running under the city, and this is a large volume of traffic to go through. Oh crap, we're jamming. Okay, where are we jamming at? I'm gonna try something. Bad thing about this is like there's like no Oops. Sorry. I don't know what you're saying. Please stop all capping me. I think I just... Yep, I just... There we go, that's better. I did not notice your message. I'm sorry. Just... What's freeform do? Hold on, be right back, I have to mute. I am so sorry, that guy. It's so annoying because I don't know what he was asking me, but. Alright, I'm gonna go. I have to change my oil and go eat, but I'll be back. When we get back, we're gonna develop that other spot. Yeah. See you guys. Be right back.